Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, my friends. Y'all, what a crazy day today has been. I think for everybody, but also for YouTube. Let me get our music going here. So, like, from what I understand, it's just I've actually noticed this for the past couple days. Like, there's been some insane things happening with YouTube. I mean, no offense, like, there's like a lot of people watching it and stuff, but there's just been some really crazy things. Like, I've noticed like videos being available and then not. And by videos, I mean like my own, like or a live video that's been out and then after the fact it's like still processing. There was one recently where like it had ended hours ago, but then I went to click on it to like do timestamps and it was like this video is still happening and all kinds of weird stuff. I don't really know. But part of that has had some difficulty with editing the times and it's saving across different platforms. Kitsmits, I am glad you're here, my friend, because I'm glad everybody's here. First of all, love all of you. But I have a plan today. We're going to start out with something that will actually be quite relevant, featuring our dear friend, Kitsmits. So shout out to you. Shout out to Super Planner Girl. Happy to see my friends here. Y'all, I have got at some point this morning, and all time is so funny right now because I've been streaming so much and everything's just blurring together in terms of trial coverage. But ever since this morning, there was some point when they were talking about the phone SIM card. And like, I think Yannetti kept saying, like, did you break it up or cut it up? I think it was cut it up. That did it. But once it was done, it was done. And what was done is the idea in my head of the song Rake It Up. I've said it before, like everything to me is a song. Like, it's like, that's what I hear. I hear the lyrics. So it's like, once I got it in my head, I couldn't get out. And literally all day since this morning, I've had Rake It Up, stuck in my head, boom, 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 boom. I tell all my, well, I guess it's hoes, but in this case, if I did a song, it would be bros. So boom, 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 boom. I tell all my bros, rake it up. And then I don't remember what the real lyrics are, but something, 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 something. Buggada, diggada, buggada, diggada, whatever the lyrics are. Anyway, but I've had that stuck in my head all day and I'm just like, yeah, like, woo. So squirrel life. But what I wanted to do first is I wanted to look at a couple things. Actually, first things first, what we should do is talk about what happened with the children. And I so appreciate everybody who sent me stuff. Y'all have been awesome in the Discord, like just scroll crewing it up with like documents here, information there, all the things. I love that everybody's been contributing. So here's what we have. This first one, I'm going to say he might already be asleep, but shout out to DSN. Here's what came from, let's see here. This was from, he sent this in the Discord. This is from the Boston Live blog. So we know that they first started testifying, whoever went first, at around 10:15. That's when the cameras and audio went off. So it says that at 11 a.m., they have just testified. Reporters were not allowed. I guess that means they must have taken a break after. It says that at 11:10 a.m., the nephew, who was 11 at the time, remembers a relationship that was, quote, sometimes rough, end quote, but also said Reed was nice sometimes. She would take us places. 11:30 a.m. The nephew was at a sleepover, which we know, the night O'Keefe died. The niece was home alone and remembers being wakened by Reed at 4:30 a.m. The niece says Reed shook her, left, and came back, told her to try to call O'Keefe. Okay, that's all fine. 11:45, both children maintained composure through their testimonies. Wow. Jurors seemed to be listening intently, but taking few notes. That makes sense. Reed showed no emotion. A few times she jotted down notes and passed them to her attorneys. Afterward, Reed smiled at her family. From the same article, O'Keefe took custody of his third. Oh, we already know all that. Let's see. Both children described an incident in which O'Keefe asked Reed to leave the house and she refused. Quote, she said no, she was swearing, she got very loud, the niece said. The night O'Keefe died, the niece was home alone, which we knew, and remembered being awakened by Reed at 4:30 a.m. Oh, wait, I think I already read that part. Okay, here's a quote. She was just pacing down the hallway, asking what could have happened, end quote. The niece testified. Quote, she said, maybe I did something. Later, she said maybe a snowplow hit him, end quote. Yeah, I have to say, I pointed this out. God, I don't even know when that was. At some point, it might have been today, might have been yesterday, about the thing with snowplow, because we heard that from Jen McCabe, and we hear it also from Kerry Roberts. We will hear it tonight, and I believe maybe even from somebody else. But I thought that was interesting because, every now and again, it's like you might get lucky and guess correctly, right? I mean, I don't know. Like, let's just say that, like, I think, okay, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that, say, Karen would have known what vehicle Higgins had because, they were commingling. I don't know why I just used that word. And so anyway, she might have recognized that Jeep, but she dropped him off, or John. Anyway, all I guess what I'm saying is, but anybody that was there that night would have probably recognized that white Jeep Wrangler. And again, that's part of the whole point, is that the snowplow would be kind of hard to miss. And so I'm wondering if part of this, whole, like, maybe he was hit by a snowplow thing, even if it's not conscious, even if it's like subconscious, is like because they knew there was beef between them two. By them two, I mean Brian and John. And, like, again, maybe even subconsciously, their memory recognized that there was a snowplow there on a white Jeep and that was what he drove. I don't know. Just a thought, but I do think it's interesting. So let me see. There was another one sent to us by Fender, who updated her Discord picture, and it's fire, as the kids say. So make sure you check that out if you haven't. So here's from another synopsis. Actually, that's funny. This is the exact same synopsis, I think, that was sent by DSN. So that's good. It's verified, essentially, then, in that case. Yeah, that looks exactly the same. So cool. All right. So if y'all have learned anything else regarding the kids' testimony, feel free to chime in. But here's what I wanted to show y'all. For anyone who hasn't seen it already, big, huge, freaking shout out to Kitsmits, because I'm about to show you guys something incredible here. All right, here we go. Ready? There it is. Check this out. So this is in the Discord. I believe she had sent this as a couple different ways because she's amazing. I requested a PDF because then it's editable, if that's even a word. I also put the PDF version in documents just for my own, just to make it easier to find, under the documents tab. But look at this amazingness from Kitsmits. Like, look at all these colors. I love the colors. Like, first of all, like, let's just start there. I love the colors. I think it's very festive. I appreciate that. And I'm like, whoa. Like, initially I was like, look at all the, I didn't really, at first, okay, first I was like drawn to the rectangles, right? As one does. And then I was like, look at all the colors, because of the colors. I was like, then look at all the lines. This is amazing. Kitsmits, thank you. This is incredible. I love this. I love this. This is great. Incredible. Oh, I mean, and also just like look at the amazingness. Like look at how Colin, she describes him as the fighty one. Like perfection. Dude, you win. Like you this is I don't care what's on the internet. This wins. This is the best one. Yes. Yes. You please. This is incredible. This is a work of art. And visually, it's very aesthetically pleasing. I love that this is like crossed out here. I guess I don't know why you guys can't see my cursor. Let me see if I can change this. Hold on, I'll have to stop sharing for a second. Let me see if I can do it a different way where you can see my cursor. Because like that should happen. Let's see if this makes a difference. Yep, cool. Now you can see it. Alrighty. So here, because I want to highlight this. So I love how this is like crossed out. I mean, I don't know why. Like they're cringy. They're definitely cringy. Love that. Aruba. So and also, so here's where we can jump in, right? Because I know she was doing this from memory. Yeah, I mean the Marine. Yeah, I don't fucking remember his name either. Look at this. Well done here. Like really well done with this. Really well done. Because I don't think we've gotten their names. Oh my god, their names either. Commiserated with wife. I'm not quite sure what that's in reference to. You're saying that's oh my god, I sound like Lolly all the time. Fucking hell. You're saying that was Matt? Or is that supposed to be Jen? Because I know Jen had a thing with the wife. And also I can't remember Trooper Proctor. Oh my god. I can't remember Trooper Proctor's wife's name. I know there's a Courtney Proctor, but I think that's the daughter. Fuck. Where's DSN when you need him, right? I feel like you know all this with the names. Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's right. Okay, strike through. Hi Candace, happy to see you. That is okay. That's okay. Yeah, so does anybody remember Trooper Proctor? So Courtney Proctor is, I think, the wife. Maybe they didn't say the daughter's name. Yeah, this is from Kitsmits. It's incredible. It's the most incredible thing that's ever happened. I like again, I love shit like this. Like this is amazing. I almost hate to change it and put names, but like I might just see if I can put it like in parentheses. Yeah, Courtney. Oh, this is this is the thing. Fuck. So good thing this isn't the Murdoch family because I was just looking at this and see how you have like defendant and victim. I was just thinking like, oh my god, imagine how much more complicated it would be if you also had to mark which ones were deceased. But luckily here, there's only one person, and that's John O'Keefe. But like, I was just thinking like if it was Murdoch, right, all the different generations, like fucking hell. She is so super amazing. I agree. Is Courtney his sister? Well, so I think here's the thing. I think I can edit it. I haven't tried yet, but I think I can edit it. And that was why I was asking if you could do it as a PDF too, because like let's test this one out. Because I remember, for example, the Sisters Sullivan, which by the way, love that you put Sisters Sullivan. Oh, do we have Brother Nagel on here? Speaking of which, we do need, even though they're not related, we probably do need the Brother Nagel and Co., as I've called them before. So Brother Nagel, Sister Nagel, and then the little friends, not little, unless they're on here and I'm just blind, which is possible. Yeah, her husband's name, I don't think we know his name yet. So, okay, so let's test it out. Let's test it out, Kitsmits. So, because Kerry, I used to spell it this way, and I learned that's because, when doing the videos. Let's see if this will let me edit it. Is it looking to let me edit it? Hold on. It should. Where's the thing? Hold on. I'm looking, reading all the things. Okay, hold on. Oh, edit. There it is. See, like I said, I'm blind. Remember? All right. So, okay. So I think I can edit it. Let's give it a whirl. So yeah, what I was saying is like this. I know. Oh, cool. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So, oh, neat. Oh, this is great. Perfection. Yeah, because we don't need to make more work for Kitsmits, and this would be it's a collaborative thing, right? So, oh my God, why? Don't be annoying. Sorry, I'm just talking to the computer. Oh my God, what is it doing? Okay, just this. This is what we need. There, see? That wasn't so hard, computer. Isn't it so funny how things have their own proprietary fonts? I know there's a Dylan. I don't remember how this is spelled. I know it's Dylan. I don't know if it's Dylan or like Dillon or something else funny. Kevin. Julie's correct. So we can get rid of the question mark on that. Hold on. Okay, that's correct. And then this is Laura, and I appreciate the hair color. That's well done. Well done. We're going to hear from the younger one today. Laura. And then Marietta, I believe was her name, which is funny because I remember typing it out. I think it was Marietta. What is this? What is this here? Oh, okay. Oh, look at that. How interesting. Okay, so let's get that in the right thing. Oh, I see why it's freaking out. It's like that doesn't fit. That's what she said. That's not helping. So why is it just changing the size of that one? Oh my goodness me. So this is, life of technology. Okay, now that's the same size. See, that would drive me crazy if they're different sizes. That's fine. We know what it says. Okay, so Aruba misunderstanding. Yeah, they actually been together for like what was it, 5 years, I thought? I can't remember though if the 5 years was including the prior time they were together or if that was like just the recent one. Jane and sisters, very good. Yes. And so again, Dylan, I'm gonna leave that like that because I don't remember how Dylan is spelled. So yeah, but anyway, are you guys seeing like this is like what I was thinking? This. I think she does say that. I think she does say that, but like I don't like the name Ada. Not that that matters, right? But like I don't know, I've never liked that name. I mean, I'm not particularly fond of Marietta either, but like I don't know why I don't like the name Etta. Yeah. Can you add them as another floating bubble? Brian and Sister Nagel and like the friends. Because it might be that we can do like in their bubbles, like we can put like a little info. Like how like there's like important factual information that they dispute each other on. Like there could be one out of the whole group that says this one thing. It would be helpful even too. We could like within their bubble put like just one key point of like something like that. You know what I mean? Just because like if that makes sense, like that would be cool. Where it's like especially like just use them as an example, Brother Nagel and Co. Like they all have things in common with their testimony, but then they have little details that are different. So like the one that's different on a certain topic, you could put that like in their bubble, maybe, perhaps. So Elizabeth, that's it. Thank you. Well done. Yes. So Courtney must be the daughter. Or wait, you said that was the sister? Okay, so Elizabeth, you're right, though. Maybe they don't actually say the daughter's name. I think you're right about Elizabeth. Courtney Proctor. Let me see. Maybe I can look it up. This is incredible, though. Wow, I just love this. This is very nice. Like, again, I love the, like, aesthetically, this is very pleasing. I can totally see how this is helpful for when you're, like, writing books and stuff. By the way, hey, Super Planner Girl, in case you missed it earlier, Kitsmits writes, and so does Candace. All of you guys that are here, to my knowledge, are all writers. Let's just get that on the record. I hope everybody's still here and listening because that's incredible. Everybody is an author. An author? A writer. Wait, what's really the difference? Like an author. Oh my God. Okay, one thing at a time, squirrel. So Courtney Proctor. That's what I was doing. All right. Yes, Courtney Proctor is the sister of Michael Proctor. So if we can get a bubble for that, that might be good because her name comes up quite a bit. Like we probably do need, I don't know, we might need a bubble for, see this there's so many people. We might need, okay, like if we can put in with the Trooper Proctor bubble, we could put the wife, Elizabeth, and then maybe another bubble for the sister, Courtney. I'm saying that just also to reiterate their names in my own brain. You're published, FYI, everybody, Super Planner Girl has written a book and it is on Amazon. But thank you for that difference in the definitions. Yes, everyone's a writer. Well, not me. I guess music writer, but okay, Courtney's the sister. Let's see what Google says. Y'all, I'm trying to type difference. And I typed dogference. DOG. FERENCE. That's how it should be spelled. I'm just saying. That's how it should be spelled. That's way better. Dogference. But see, just like we heard it in the testimony, it knows I meant difference. I don't have to retype it. Like it knows I meant difference, even though I typed dogference. All right, let's see what this says. So both author and writer refer to a person who writes. No kidding. In general, the word author is used to refer to a person who writes professionally, especially someone who writes published books. Okay, there you go. The word writer is typically used more generally to refer to someone who writes anything, including works besides books. Cool. We've learned a lot already today. Yeah, I like dogference also. I think it should just be, I'm going to keep dogference. So yeah, so super cool. This is incredible. This family tree is freaking a masterpiece. I love it so much. So what I'm going to do, I didn't really make all that many changes, but I guess I could still save it and then put this, like, that way we can keep it. Wow, good. Did you remember this, Kitsmits, off the top of your head, that Kaylee was friends with the third girl? Fuck, I completely missed that. It's easier if you have names too, right? Like, but the third girl, wow, well done. Wow, yeah. Right, and we do know that's correct. Those two are, yeah, I remember that part. We know the girl. We know Kaylee took dance. Oh God, we could do more bubbles, couldn't we? I'm thinking for Bella's mom, dance teacher. Fuck. What about and then Tom Beatty? No, I don't think he needs a bubble yet. Sorry, no offense to Tom. I just don't know that he needs a bubble yet. I love this. I love the I love looking at this. I love the, like, how to say it. Like, I love the where everything's positioned. And I love the size, like, ratio. Whatever app it is that you used for this, I think is great, Kitsmits. I really love this. And I love also that this background color is great. I love that it's not white. This is just really good. This is really well done. Like, it's easy on the eyes with this color. Okay, so let me see if I can, like, now save it with the things that I did, which wasn't that much, but for future reference, it would be good. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. Save as. And then convert to Word. I don't need to do that. Let me see. Can I? Yeah, save it. Here we go. Okay. So now I could ostensibly take it and post it back in the Discord, and it should have these changes if technology is doing what it's supposed to do. All right. So, but that was that I love this, Kitsmits. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Candace says, I have my doubts that Ollie's office made one of these. Yeah. I think we could actually go a step further than that and say with 100% confidence that they did not. Wow. Yeah. It's really smart, Kitsmits. Good job. Yeah. Very, very good. Very good job. Okay. So here's what we're going to do today. Let me pull up. Hold on. And that. So yeah, so today was a wild day in court. I'm going to pull up the video file for our episode today. But um yeah, the testimony was interesting, in that it was not what one expected. Like for me, I'll just say, like considering we hadn't had any information, right, about like even confirming that a person died, and talking about this in the today when we were trying to figure out what was happening during the live stream this morning, and we were like, what's going on? And like, just how crazy it is that like there just hasn't been any confirmation even really that of what the point, like why we're here, because like they have to prove that someone died. Like, remember, like even in Murdoch, right? And I remember like back in the early episodes when I was still using EDB's footage, and I remember her even pulling up a comment, and it was somebody asking like, why is it necessary to like go through this and that? And it was in relation to the injuries from the bullets. And they were asking this question, like, is this really necessary to go through all this? And I remember her saying, like, they have to prove that somebody died. And this is at the very beginning of the trial, like one of the first days. Anyway, so it's interesting that finally we did get to that, because we did hear from the ER doctor that there was a confirmed time of death. I wrote it down, 7:50 a.m. But leave it to this freaking Commonwealth, man, because you know what? Fucking hell. If they're not going to just go ahead and do anything normally, right? Because what ends up happening is between the ER doctor and then the pathologist, who I initially got excited. I was like, oh, a forensic pathologist. No. He's like a clinical pathologist. And all they were basically there to talk about was the blood alcohol level. That was really long and short of it, it seemed like. So rather than proving that somebody died or how they died, it's like the Commonwealth is trying to focus on this estimation of what her blood alcohol level would have been based on what it was when it was actually taken. Like I'm struggling. I'm struggling. Honestly, in a way, it's worse than before they offered anybody from the medical field, because like at least at that point you could be like, well, you could still have wishful thinking, like, oh, well, when they get to it, it'll make sense, But now it's like, well, they finally brought in some medical people, and like literally, why is this the most important thing? I don't. So, and I haven't finished listening to all the testimony of the last fellow, but like apparently from what I read, like he on cross, he gets kind of, I don't know if torn up is the right word, but it gets pointed out just how many errors and flaws there are with this way that you estimate the blood alcohol level when it's like way after the fact and stuff. But I tell you what though, man, if you're a juror, that's gotta have a lot of significance to you, right? Like here's the state's finally bringing in somebody. I mean, maybe they're not experts, right? But at least we're getting closer to that realm. We're getting closer to people who actually know what happened or should. And what their priority isn't proving that somebody died or how they died. Their priority is proving the blood alcohol level. It's just really wild. I just don't see how there's any possible way at this point they could even make an attempt for murder anymore as the state. Also, it was kind of disappointing that hold on, let me pull that up. It was kind of disappointing. Like I don't know. It's really weird, guys. It's surreal. Like earlier today, which wasn't that long ago, I like was on YouTube, like as I was like editing the video, this video, and like I just like popped in like just to see like what else was happening. And man, I'm telling you, it's really crazy to me. It's crazy. Like I'm trying to think of how to explain it. It just reminds me of like flat earthers or something like that. Like hearing people talk about like I've forgotten that outside of LawTube, it seems. Outside of LawTube, it seems, even from channels and from people who maybe are, supposed to be reputable and whatever, I'd forgotten that outside of LawTube, people are still stuck in this like weird. I don't even know what to fucking call. Honestly, it's scary to me. It really is frightening. It's like creepy. Like I remember seeing people talking about today. If anyone was there, and we had Fender in the chat and Fender's in the medical field, and I'm not, obviously, y'all know that. But I was sitting there, she and I were sitting there when it was, I think, maybe only us at the time that were chatting about it anyway, as it was happening live this morning. But like we were sitting there like, what is happening? Like this ER doctor, how is this person like everything, like doing everything wrong? Like it was a mess. It was like a solo cup level disaster. And then even the little snippets that we saw of the falling dude, it wasn't all that much better. It seems like maybe he knew a little bit more of what he was talking about, but still, like. And then you have Lolly's questions, where I pointed it out this morning. The ER doctor would just rattle off these long, acronyms and abbreviations, and Lolly would just not even like the dude offender. I was just talking about you. That is so funny. I was just talking about you. That is awesome. Okay, good. We're glad you'll be back later, Kitsmits. Make sure you come back because we love you. I was just talking about you. So like how he would rattle off these like abbreviations and acronyms, and the doctor wouldn't stop to say what they meant, which typically if you've testified before, or even if you haven't, you probably should be cognizant of as the witness. But if not, the attorney should be like, oh, can you please tell the jury, tell the jury what that is, blah, blah. And then I was so annoyed when Lolly, they skip over all that. The jury, the poor jury. And then of all things, the ER doctor mentions abrasion. I swear to God, y'all. And Lolly's like, can you please describe for the jury what abrasion is? And I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. That is, like I was saying, Defender, there's two terms that we did hear definitions of from every EMT early on in this trial as to what they meant. And that was abrasion and contusion. And everybody said the same thing. And I'm like thinking to myself, the jury knows what those are. However, I understand not wanting to make assumptions, but the reason it ticked me off is because he skipped over all these other terms and abbreviations and acronyms that no one knows, like, and then stops to be like, oh, please, can you please, sir, please tell the jury what abrasion is. I'm like, oh my God, this jury, I swear, what a mess. It was such a mess. So, wow, just true to form though. I just don't, wow. And so that's it though for this week. And it's going to be interesting because like Chad Daybell should be wrapping up pretty soon here as well. But then of course we'll have court resuming next week for this trial. So, and I think that Runkle is actually going to Tennessee. So I would assume that is CrimeCon related because I know EDB is having like a meetup thingy. I don't know if she's actually going or not. I haven't had time to keep up with my law tube peeps the way I usually do because I'm so busy streaming. So I don't even know what's happening. But I know that EDB had said a while ago if she wasn't like going to have a booth or whatever or something, that she would just go and have like a laundered meetup, or they would do that either way. And Runkle said he's going and he's checking a bag, and the bag he is checking is full of snacks. So of course we can assume those are all dressed chips for EDB. Anyway, but yeah, so I think there's a mosquito in here. It's too early for that. All right, let's get started. We're going to get started with Kerry Roberts' testimony. So we will go through her, and then we will go through the younger sister Sullivan, which is the one who is the accused. And it'll be real brief with her testimony, but just to go through, just to sort of remember what happened. Yeah. He's going to Tennessee. He's flying out. Actually, he's probably already on the plane because he was like packing. Like after I finished streaming and I was editing the video, which is probably around the time when you went to sleep, Fender. I love that we all know what everybody's doing. It's great. So like that time period, which was just recently, I put on in the background, I put on his stream for the ER people, the doctors, as I was editing this video. And the part that I heard him talking about was just, he's talking about packing and getting his seats purchased. And somebody was like, how long is it, or how long of a flight is it, to Middle Tennessee? And that's when I was like, oh, it must be for CrimeCon. And then he said he was bringing snacks for EDB and stuff. So, yeah. All the collab videos. Wait, what are you referencing? I swear, I never used to use that word. Lolly? What, if any, type of videos are you referring to here? Collab video must be for what? Oh, are you asking what am I? I was for CrimeCon. Is that what you're asking about? CrimeCon. I'll put it in the chat. So that's happening this weekend. And that's what they're like, people are going to be meeting up. Oh, collab. I get what you're saying with the collab videos. Yeah. I'm sure they'll do something. Yeah. I know. Right? I know. Yeah. Eating all those snacks. I'm sure he's bringing his hot sauce, even though we know EDB doesn't like hot sauce. I have to say, I'm sure, shout out to Runkle, who I love. I freaking love hot sauce. I'm on a Runkle level with hot sauce. So I would absolutely love a bottle of his hot sauce. I know he said he doesn't have like the ability to like sell it yet and shit. So, yeah. And I'm trying to think if they've actually ever met before that. Cause I don't remember if they've met before. But, one thing we have to look forward to is whenever Rob's wedding is, which I don't actually know. It's probably ways out, but Lawn Lumber, Rob, whenever Rob has his wedding, I guarantee you that EDB and Runkle will both be invited, and then you'll have all three. And probably Lawyer, will also be invited. That like, I wish I could be invited so I could hang out with that bunch, but he doesn't know me. So, yeah, that's what I thought, Fender. That's what I thought, that they hadn't. So, okay, let's get started on this testimony from Kerry. I almost called her Karen. That's the other thing. It does get confusing, right? With Karen and Kerry. Like, after all.
It's a house.
I'm going to take notes. I need to charge my phone.
Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And
hi, Iowa.
Thank you came to know Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh my God, I can't type.
How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to Don O'Keefe, growing up in Northern Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John.
I know Kitsmits said she'll be back, but this is like an opportunity. She might fill in some blanks with some of these names we were just talking about on the chart.
Was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Kent?
Yes. My son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together.
See, all this is some good
So
shit.
I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
Was that side eye there? I think it might have been. Hold on, let's back that up. Back it up, back it up. Oh, that's just like the song.
Yes. My son and
Yes.
John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together.
Let's see if you guys.
So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and
Yes.
we figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came
Is
to
that
know
a
that
side
person?
eye? I see.
John called me and said,
You know, like the classic, like bitchy gestures that some women have. I'm not well versed in that. So y'all, let me know. Is that what one would call a side eye gesture?
Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over, and I said, "Who is Karen?" Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random. I had never heard of her. And he said, "You know who Karen is?"
A random. I thought the way she said that was really funny because at first it sounds like she was going to say a random and then something like a random girl, but she just says a random. Like that's so funny. But yeah, I think it's also like, I tell you what, when you're like growing up playing violin your whole life and like that's what you do, like it's just you just don't have time for like I'm just now I feel like I need to explain why the hell I don't know these gestures that a lot of people would find like how do you not know? You know what I mean? Like normal everyday life. Anyway, it's just not in the realm of a way that it's just not, and it just was not part of my world. Like Ariel from The Little Mermaid. Part of that world, but not part of the world. I do think she wanted to say it. Yeah, let's hear that again because that was quite good.
Because we had people over, and I said, "Who is Karen?" Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random. I had never heard of her.
Yeah.
And he said, "You know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating." I said, "Nope, but okay."
She's
and
like,
then they came over that night.
Nah, she's just a rando.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
What are we, 2020?
So sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was.
That's
like
especially funny because she just established that she knew her. So the if any there, especially because it's after that. Oh my God. He didn't even need, he can't help himself. How would you describe your relationship? Which, by the way, so she is, okay, let me back up. So she establishes that she knows who Karen is. That just happened. Then he goes, how would you describe your relationship, if any, with Kerry? It's like he just can't help himself. Like she just said there was one. Lolly?
Other person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range or if Ryan was going to go with.
I have no idea, Fender. Like, it's like I'm just, this is just me guessing or making something. I don't know. Like I don't actually know. But like, what if it's like just for fun? Like if maybe it's just because it's like against the rules, or if it's like, it's a forbidden thing, or like, yeah, I mean, I agree. So for some people that could be considered sexy, or God, that's fucked up though, isn't it? It's like, people have like different things that they like, obviously. Like maybe it's like some people, it's like, yeah, hey, let's take some serious risks with our health. Like, yeah, that's sexy. Same thing as like drinking and driving. So I guess that tracks, right? Fucking hell. Like, I don't know, man. Interesting choices that people make. Yep, that's also possible. Well, we also know, we're going to hear again, but from the sisters Sullivan, we hear more about it from the big sister, who we're not going to listen to because it's just not that relevant. But, they take a group of 60 people on vacation. I have a lot of questions about that, but whatever. Like, it's interesting. And she said that it became a tradition after that. That sounds like I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry for that. Like, that sounds like a nightmare. Yeah. It's so wild, isn't it, though?
Them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time.
You know, I didn't catch that question before, but it's an interesting question. I wonder if it's coming off the heels of that text message from all the text messages with Brian Higgins, because remember there was a conversation that they had about the nature of couples. I'll call it that way. When I need to probably put a timestamp in there for that. The nature of couples, right? It's like, are any couples happy and shit like that? And like, remember he asked her even for like a specific example of a couple, and I don't remember like if she probably doesn't even answer. She probably responds with some sort of weird thing, like, because that's what they basically just do. But it's interesting because he's like, you know, asking like if they did couples things. Aruba lady. Wait, what are you asking about, Fender? Aruba lady? Thank you so much, Kitsmits. Yes. Thank you so much for that. Perfect. You're the best. And yeah, I was actually just saying, like, we're going to hear some more people's names from Kerry, I believe. Yeah, what's your question, though, Fender? Aruba lady? Okay. Okay. Hopefully it's because you don't have a question anymore because it got answered and not because you're like feeling bad for asking. Always ask your questions, you guys. Remember, I love it. Like, I am a teacher by heart, by nature. And so that is what, like, it doesn't bother me. Like, I think it's like the whole point, right, is learning. So that's why we're here. We all learn every day from each other. So if you do still have a question, okay, great. Awesome. Happy to hear that. Wonderful. That's that squirrely crystal ball, you know what I mean? Like, that's because, you know, I suppose, well, I'm joking, but also like to a certain extent, a good teacher kind of has the ability to understand what questions would be natural and then kind of, you know, answer them at the right time without them being asked. Anywho, okay. So let's get back to Lolly's crazy ass questioning about couples.
And then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape and we'd all get together, but the four of us never went out.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
I think he just said the husband's name. Did you guys hear that? Is it Kurt? Kurt?
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Kurt. It's Kurt.
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch and the front door is right there and it was open and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning,
There's
at some
snow.
point you awoke,
There's
you recall
snow.
what it was that awoke
There's
you that
snow.
morning on the 29th.
Karen called me at 5:00 in the morning.
Oh,
And is that...
that reminds me. So today, during the live stream this morning, we were talking about the timeline. I think you guys I think y'all were all there, and I know DSN was also there, but it was about, in regards, fucking hell, Wally, I swear to God, it's contagious, you guys. We've heard the same thing, even with the defense attorneys start to talk like Wally, fuck. About, let me try to not use those words, about the whole thing about the Section 12. You guys remember that part about Section 12? And like, when did Karen say things that were like, I couldn't live without him? And then when did Jen hear comments such as, will you come visit me? Or I can't take care of the kids or whatever. And then also like where does that fit in relation to when the parents called in the Section 12 or whatever? And so, because my question that I had was potentially could the reason that, like, if Karen said something like, will you come visit me, or I'm not going to be able to take care of the kids, my thought was, could that have been after the parents called in the Section 12 and Karen knew that was happening, and that she was referring to the fact that she might be in a hospital, and of course that would have been temporary in her mind, like it wouldn't have been a permanent thing. Like it could have been, will you come visit me, as in for the next week, right? Just as an example. But of course the prosecution can try to sort of infer that this is like because she's going to prison, or she thinks she's going to prison, right? As in consciousness of guilt. But anyway, I was talking about I was thinking to myself, where did that happen in the testimony with Jen, where Jen says and describes how Karen says that to her, so that we can try to remember when that happens. Anyway, y'all, I don't know how I did it, because she was on the stand a long time. I combed through it and I found it. That one little clip. So I actually included that in the video at the point where it's relevant. So it's actually going to be kind of like what we would see when I was doing Murdoch, where you have the testimony that we're currently reviewing, and then it's going to like cut to that scene from Jen's testimony at the appropriate time, and then cut back to the current testimony. Sweet. Glad you remember that, Fender. Yeah, exactly. Sleep. So, but I just want to let y'all know we do have an answer to that question. So,
Sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you, and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered
Ask
it.
this in a different way. As far as, at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or no?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, about what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
So you answer the phone sometime right around 5 a.m., and can you describe to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was?
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Kerry. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
he
And then
just
afterwards
said
is-
that,
Correct.
Molly. So hold on. So is she saying that? I'm going to back it up. Again, it's just all the rap songs in my head today. So is she saying that Karen called her and right off the bat said that John was dead? Let me just make sure.
Conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she
Go
saying
back a
those
little bit further.
And then she hung up.
at your phone? The phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
So you answer the phone sometime right around 5 a.m., and can you describe to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was?
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Kerry. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything
All
before
right.
she hung up?
I'm going to interject. So here's the reason why proof matters. Evidence, rather. Well, yeah. So, there's such a thing as intuition. Like, I could tell y'all some stories that you would be like, what the fuck's going on? But like, just as a quick example, and on the less weirder side, I have had this weird thing where I've like, I don't want to use the word predict, but like literally that's kind of what it is. All of the pets' deaths in my whole life, animals, right? So, like that goes with all of the dogs. It goes with like every time I've had hamsters and birds and every pet. Like, and the way that it happens is it comes as a dream. Like, and it's not like a dream of like something's going to happen. Like literally in the dream is, my dreams are very lucid. Okay. I don't have crazy dreams of like flying or going to Mars or shit like that. Like my dreams are very, very lucid. A lot of times I'm practicing violin and it's actually like productive, like, or I'm marking up fingerings for my students, or actually I've had a lot of dreams about this trial where I'm mapping things out in my head and I wake up and I feel smarter than I did before I went to sleep, So anyway, but like these dreams that I have had, like, it's like, even when I was like living in Boone, for example, like away at college and stuff, and like our dogs that we had growing up, because we had 3, so they were still in Greensboro with my parents, and so they were 2 hours away, is my point, right? And like literally every single time, like all of those dogs, I would have been, and it's funny because I don't actually sleep all that much. Just the interesting thing. It's not like I'm sleeping a lot, so that increases the odds, right? It's like the opposite. But like, I'd be asleep, and even if it was just like a power nap, say, like I remember specifically there was twice with 2 of the 3 dogs where I was having a power nap, and literally, like during both times, the information came to me in my sleep that the dog had just passed away, and like literally, I remember one of the times specifically, my boyfriend at the time actually woke me up, and he was like waking me up, and he was like, Chelsea, your mom needs to talk to you. And I was like, oh, it's okay. I already know what she's going to say. Booba died. And he was like, how did you know? I was like, I just knew. But anyway, I could go on with some crazy ass stories. But my point is that I think there is a certain level. I don't know what you want to say to explain it. There's a million different ways people could do that, whatever you want to call it, intuition or whatever the fuck. But like, what I mean is that there's a reason we need proof and we need evidence when it comes to trial, because people can say things and it could mean something specific to them in that moment. And it could be very much based on whatever their experience is at the time or their past experience. It could be based on intuition. It could be a joke. It could be literally anything, right? There's no context. So, because this sounds weird, right? That Karen would call her out of the blue at 5 a.m. and say that he's dead. Assuming Kerry's remembering it correctly, but I mean, I'm not saying she isn't. Like, I think that what's more likely is that if that's what happened, like, I think that. So, because also we know that after this moment in time, Karen then asks repeatedly, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And all that, right? So that's why I'm thinking that, if anything, my thought would be this, that either through deductive reasoning, because of the fact that John O'Keefe was so devoted to his niece and his nephew, and he was supposed to be home to take care of them, and Karen was supposed to be elsewhere and not stay there, and John didn't come home, she either through deductive reasoning could have figured something bad must have happened to him for him to not be home. And that makes sense. Or it could have just been a gut feeling, an intuition, like a sixth sense, whatever you want to call it. I think that's also very valid and plausible. Fender says the intuition is the thing. The morning my dad passed away, I knew it was happening. Yeah. Yep. I have not trained my brain to do it, like on purpose anyway. That's a good question. I really don't know. But it's been like this my whole life, though. Like my whole life, even as a kid, I always had very productive dreams. I mean, the best I could say is maybe attributing it to like violin. Like my brain has been shaped by learning violin since the age of 3, and what that does potentially. Because like a lot of my a lot of my like dreams in my life, like over the entire course of my whole life, are spent violin related, like practicing. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It'd be nice to have a dream just for a change of pace that's like, doing something magical like flying. But I've literally never had a dream like that of like with flying or something like that. Like I've never, yeah. But you know what? I don't doubt that it's possible to train your brain. I think that seems like that would be possible. But like for me, it's just been my whole life. It's been like that. So.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, "What was that?" I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said,
feel free, Fender, whenever.
I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in camp.
We're all going along with that intuition idea. That's why the plow thing stuck out to me. I remember, and again, we heard that from Jen too. Like they both, like there's consistency in the testimony that it sounds like to me, not just Karen was thinking that that was a possibility, but so were the other women. Like that the plow thing was one of the, like, which is interesting to me because it's like, if somebody's missing and it's like, okay, your intuition is like something bad happened. You have that. But then also if your rational brain is like, well, let's not jump to conclusions. Like maybe he stayed over here or stayed over there and friends, whatever the fuck, right? But then you're like kind of like looking for those places and he's not there. And so then your rational brain, right, would be like, okay, well, what rationally could have been something that maybe would have caused an accident? Like the snowplow thing is really unique. Like, I don't know. Car accident, I would think you would think of like, maybe would come to mind first before snowplow. But, I mean, I will say this, not that it's worth anything, like literally just, but my intuition is pretty strong on the snowplow here as well. It's, I mean, and I guess that's also not entirely intuition because again, I think it is just rooted also having seen the picture of the head. But I did have that intuition that the snowplow was something happened with the snowplow, I don't know. I've had that for a while. I guess I saw the picture first, but whatever. Anyway, yeah. So we'll see.
Last night, and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
There it is. That's my point. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Thank you, Kerry. Literally, let me play that again. That was literally what I was just trying to say. Hold on.
Might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night, and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
So that's deductive reasoning, and that makes sense. Like, in other words, for her to say, I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, he would never leave Kaylee alone, I think something happened. All that makes sense using, like, deductive reasoning, using logic. And this makes sense. Like, to me, if I was in a situation like this, I would be like my approach automatically would be this exact same. Like I would have my intuition, and I would have deductive reasoning, and I would have both, and I would use both, right? And that's what it sounds like to me. Like if Karen calls and is like he's dead, and that's like her intuition that something bad happened, but then her deductive reasoning backs that up by saying I wasn't supposed to be here, he wouldn't leave her alone, and something must have happened to him. That rationally makes a lot of sense. So.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Miss Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next one?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about, and upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee. If she's there by herself, I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried, so I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long a period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather, and what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks she might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents.
Wow.
So I called the...
Sorry, I just have to say, turn the color on, carry me, na 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 na. Sorry, I had to.
Stoughton, Canton non-emergency line, and I said,
Everything is a song.
have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home.
This is interesting too, because now the women's intuition is getting stronger. And say, for what we can say about Jen McCabe, which there's a lot, she also had the same intuition about a snowplow. It's interesting, right? But Kerry's intuition was so strong that she actually called to see if anyone had reported an accident with a snowplow.
And they said no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital and Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
And do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer?
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make the phone call initially to Canton Police, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Not surprising they have mutual friends because they all know each other. If you have any questions about that, just ask Kitsmits and her chart.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off.
Right.
We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking 2 cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows. So we went to the house.
And I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you're sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house.
So there it is again.
And then
And I've
at
referenced
some point,
this several times because I find it really fucking annoying. I find it really annoying because Jen says so many times, and I'll tell you what, when I was looking for that one little snippet that I was just talking about earlier tonight with Jen saying the things about, taking care of kids and whatnot, I had only got to hear it again and again and again, the same thing from Jen, which is Karen wanted to go, and the way she says it is so fucking annoying. Karen, wanted to go. It was her idea to go to the house and whatnot. And every time I know that you all already heard me say it, but I'm like, this is so annoying because as we know, Karen thought she left him at the waterfall and it was Jen's idea. And we had heard this from other testimony, obviously not Karen's testimony, but it means a lot hearing it from this witness who's so credible and who was there with the other 2 of them. And she's setting the record straight here. I mean, I'm not saying that she has any intention to do that. She's just telling what happened. But what happened is the idea was suggested to Karen by Jen that they go to the house. That's literally what happened. Let's listen again. So Jen, nice try.
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now,
I'm
just
part
as
of
far
the
as
too.
over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house.
So shout out to Gatorman23. Happy to see you. Thanks again for that video link for anyone who missed it. I believe it's actually under the welcome chat. Gatorman shared that video. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet because I've been streaming like almost 24/7. It's been insanity. But I think I actually maybe even saw that video on YouTube. Like I think YouTube might have suggested it. And again, it's funny. It's a funny thing when you're streaming a lot, you don't have as much time to watch YouTube. So, but it's Gavin Fish who I'm subscribed to. So, in fact, I'm sure it did pop up, but Gavin Fish does excellent work. I know him especially for his coverage with Ellen Greenberg. And so it was this video that was referenced last night, I think it was, by Gatorman, is Gavin Fish. It looks like it's Gavin Fish interviewing, I forget, it was a retired, somebody in law enforcement. So I can't recall off the top of my head, but I'm sure. So it was like FBI maybe or something like that. But anyway, but yeah, so that's definitely something to check out too. Oh, I just lost. What was I going to say? Hold on, let me listen one more time. I had a point.
As far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Mr. Cape's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions?
Back up a little bit.
That she remembered leaving him at Waterfall.
Yes. Okay. I remember now. Okay. So, so I was thinking about how, right, I had a good idea. And this is the first time I've thought of this point. So it would make sense that because if Karen, okay, so we know that Karen is leaving with John at the waterfall. Well, eventually she's walking out with Karina, Kolakithis, and Jen. And then John comes right behind them with that drink and joins Karen, and they go to walk off, and they split to the left. And then like Jen comes over and tries to separate them. Remember? I mean, so she comes over to Karen and is like, whatever it is, like she's like the Lori. I say Lori as an Lurey. It's lure, but adjective. Lure, you want to come with me? It's a surprise and all that. I'm wondering if that is why Karen's memory has been altered there. Like, in other words, if there were, drinking or whatever involved, like perhaps the reason she thinks she left him at the waterfall is because maybe the last thing she remembers, but she just doesn't remember it like consciously, you know what I mean? Maybe that last like foggy memory is with Jen, like as if she did live with Jen, for example, right? Like, because Jen comes over and talks to her, maybe in her mind, she remembers that happening. And then it altered sort of her understanding of the events to where she remembers talk of leaving with Jen. And maybe that's how her memory got changed. But like, it would make sense, right? Like if she kind of like, because she was leaving with John and then Jen came over and tried to like pull her aside and, leave with me type thing. So I wonder if that's part of why, if not entirely why she, thinks she left him there, because that would make sense. Hi, Super Planner Girl. Glad you're back. Sean McDonough, that's the name. Correct. Yes, now I remember. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I will say Gavin Fish is definitely very reputable, and I definitely trust his judgment. The only thing is that I want to refrain from outside information until the trial's over, because I didn't have any information going into it. I really do want to watch this because, again, I love Gavin Fish and I think he's great. I'm gonna wait though until after the trial, because again, and also that way I can keep straight in my mind of like literally what evidence has Lolly brought forth in this trial. And by keeping it straight like that, as in not accidentally learning things outside of the trial and then thinking Lolly proved anything, it helps me to remember this one very important thing right here.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
So yeah, but I'm glad that you sent that. So, and it's funny, I didn't even know that Gavin was even covering anything related to this, but that's awesome. I'm glad he is. I don't know who's Jim McKay. I don't know who Jim McKay is. Okay, but let's keep going.
Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now,
I mean,
just as far as
the way this testimony is really important, y'all. The way she describes this taillight is important. It's, first of all, it's way different than the way Jen describes it. Although, having said that, she impeaches herself, like she contradicts herself. So, but also it's very different than the way it looks after the fact when they take pictures, which we know they remove the whole fucking thing. So I would say, in terms of trying to assess the damage to the taillight, Kerry's memory is probably one of the better things that we have, at least at this point in the trial, in terms of trying to figure out damage to the car. Like, I have to say, and I think I've mentioned this a little bit before, but probably most of you guys have cracked a taillight. I've cracked my taillight once, not on my current car, but on a different car. And, they're plastic. So, like, what I've found is that it doesn't actually take all that much to crack them. Like, you can just slowly bump into something and you can get a crack. You know what I mean? Like, my point, I guess, is like a human skull or bones, human in general, I would say is harder to crack or more durable, perhaps, than the plastic of a taillight. So in terms of which thing's going to give way to what, you know what I mean? No, you're all good, dude. You're all good, Gator. I appreciate it. That's why it's also, again, helpful to have it in the Discord, because that way other people who want to look, that way, like, anyone can feel free to see it, but also that way it's there. The links are there for, like, after the trial. You haven't spoiled anything. I'm sure that if I'd watched the video, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, like, it definitely, it's really interesting because it makes it easy for me to say definitively, like, here's what's been proved by the Commonwealth. It was snowing. I can tell you that. You know what I mean? So, voice text. Yeah, we've all been there with Jen. I kind of, in my mind, was like, I wonder if that was supposed to be Jen McCabe. We've all been there with the voice to text. Yeah, sleep, motherfucker. Right? I know. Yes. Yeah. So, all right, let's keep going.
Over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Mr. Cape's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet,
Right.
and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, is that correct?
Yes.
We're back
So
at the
you
snow.
get to Ms.
There's
McCabe's
snow.
house, and during the
There's
drive
snow.
from your house to Ms.
There's
McCabe's
snow.
house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed.
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage to?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again?
Sure. So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over the Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park? Like,
I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
and when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving and Ms. Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
And what kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer,
Do you recall what color it was?
dark gray.
And as far as Ms. Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV,
Recall what color that was?
black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the coughing. If you could repeat.
Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, but the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house at Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be? To the left, to the right, or something?
To the right.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry. That's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side of the vehicle.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are two garage doors, one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct? You're familiar with this house? We've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as what, if anything, were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what, if anything, is in behind it?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there? You know.
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what, if any, access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion or any other occasion, what, if any, rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people that live there as well as people that were visiting?
Yes.
Hard to imagine
How would you describe that a relatively?
It's so hard to imagine that if Lolly has a wife, it's just hard to imagine like what her life is like. Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah. Definitely. So I think I may have mentioned this before, but I just think it's really interesting, right, with the shoes. Because I know he's going to get to this. It's much ado about nothing, like, like Shakespeare would say, but like, here's why it bothers me. Because we've seen this with so many different cases and trials where it's like, imagine if something happens, right? There's somebody's hurt, somebody's dead, whatever the case is, somebody's missing, potentially missing, right? Like, imagine, okay, let's all take a scenario. Let's take this scenario. All right, John O'Keefe doesn't like people to wear shoes. Imagine what would have happened if Karen had taken the time to take her shoes off. Y'all put in the chat, what do you think would happen? What would Lolly be asking? What kind of questions? What would he be inferring, implying? What would people be saying if they were going inside and they saw Karen take her shoes off before going inside on this particular occasion? Yes, correct, Fender. Yeah, that was like a million years ago. I always wear shoes in the house. Like, I just at some point was like, it's too much time to take them on and off, I think. Like, I mean, by some point, I don't know, a couple of years ago, maybe, like, I used to take shoes off, and then I was just like, fuck that, like, just leave them on. But yeah, what do you guys think? Like, what do you think we would be hearing if Karen had taken the time to take her shoes off instead? Yeah. And like, you know what? A good example is like, I don't know. I'm sure there's countless examples, but why would she be thinking about her shoes at a time like this? Also, she wasted precious time, right? Like, let's take a scenario where let's say that John, let's say in a different, let's say John was inside. Let's say John had hurt himself in the house. Let's say he was chopping cut carrots and accidentally cut himself. I don't know, and he's hurt, right? And like the 20 seconds or whatever. Again, you have to think too, if it's winter, and maybe this is part of it, Fender, footwear is different in the different seasons, right? So like in the winter, I mean, I can say this for a fact. Like my shoe situation in the winter is like hardcore boots, thick socks. Then I might have like leggings or pants, and then I probably have leg warmers on over all that. So it's like a whole situation. So anyway, but my point is like, regardless of what you got on your feet, if it's not flip flops, like okay, flip flops I think would be the exception because that like literally that doesn't take any time. Like they'll probably just fall off if you're running, right? If it's not flip flops, I think 20 to 30 seconds is probably a good estimate. So, but imagine if like, let's say he'd been hurt and he was inside and he was like bleeding or something, right? Like the 20 seconds or 30 seconds or whatever, heck, even 15 seconds to take your shoes off. It's like, we've heard this in other, like that's a difference of life and death. It just is, And so even if the person doesn't know, obviously, if they take that time, people are going to be like, you took that time and you could have saved her life or whatever. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the time element, right? If it's an emergency, like for me, that's what I think about. Like if it's an emergency, you're going to run inside. Imagine if this was instead of Karen and John, imagine if this was a mom. Let's think of it this way. Let's flip this. Let's say that it was a mom and their kid was inside. And the mom's the one in this case, in this made up scenario, the mom is the one that has a rule, no shoes in the house or whatever. But let's say that the mom had been outside, had been away or whatever. So they had shoes on. The mom had shoes on. And the kid calls from inside the house and is like, I'm hurt or whatever, right? Or she catches wind that the kid's missing, potentially missing or whatever. And I know some of you guys are parents, like, do you stop to take your shoes off before running in the house? Probably not. That's exactly right, Fender. Yeah, anything she does is going to be construed as wrong to sign guilt. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, exactly. If it's an emergency, yep. That's exactly right. You wouldn't care for a moment. And I think you just wouldn't, I think it's like you wouldn't think about it. It wouldn't occur to you. But the reason it wouldn't occur to you is because there's an emergency. And taking off shoes is not a priority because it's going to take extra time. And again, unless it's flip-flops, in which case literally they're going to probably fall off anyway. Yeah, if Pender says she's kept her shoes on when she had to pee so bad. Yeah. So this bugs me. This bit bugs me, because I interpret this as the fact that if anything, it's odd that Kerry and Jen take their shoes off. And they say, yeah, she just doesn't take her shoes off. She just barges in or she runs in. And I'm like, of course she does. I don't understand. Like this to me, I read it as the opposite, right?
Strict rule?
Yes.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize
Oh
what's
my
up
God.
on the screen?
Yes.
That is some sleet, y'all.
That's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
I know. I have. It's happened. I know. It's awful.
That is John's car. That is Karen.
I've heard it happening. It's so funny. I keep hearing this too. Like I've heard it happen to like Runkle. I've heard it happen to EDB. I've heard it happen to the defense attorneys. It's the law because Lolly repeats the same shit over and over again. And because he's the only prosecutor, fucking hell, he's the only one. Think about how many hours we've heard this. Like, if you were to add up, like, how many hours of time have we heard him use those phrases? What, if anything? Who, if anyone? In reference to, in regards to, all that shit. It's like, it would be hours. It's just because it's out of pure exposure. Yeah, I know, right? Couldn't they get a red laser, right? It's just, and if they needed help, they could have, we know who they could have asked. Anyone want to put it in the chat? Who they could have asked for help with the lasers in the laser department? Because I think I know a couple people who could have helped them out in the laser department.
Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Positive. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they were.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage doors?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
What's your network, Fender?
And at any point in time,
Internet?
whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mudroom, take off your shoes and go in the house?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning and you entered into the mudroom,
I think it's great
what,
that
if
John
anything,
O'Keefe
did
was
you do
organized.
with your shoes, and what, if anything,
Most
did you
guys,
observe,
well, a lot of guys aren't.
Mr. Cave and the defendant do with their shoes?
Correct.
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
I've never heard of Airtel. Have any of y'all in the U.S. heard of it? I don't think it's here in the U.S.
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
Yeah,
obviously,
I agree.
Do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
And how do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or,
That's something you did in your presence?
yes.
Now, with regard to
Oh, Lolly.
at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway.
You know what it is? I think one of the reasons too, I think Brian Higgins' testimony was like so more riveting perhaps than some of the other witnesses on direct. And even though the text messages were horribly cringy, in a lot of ways it was easier to like the content was hard to listen to, but in other ways it was easy to listen to. You know what I think it is? I think it's because he did a lot of talking and Lolly didn't talk as much. Like I've actually had thought about that before too, where I'm like, wow, like really a lot of it is Brian Higgins talking and we don't hear as much from Lolly. And it was just a break for the ears, you know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Same.
She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back.
Like, this is an interesting answer. So like she doesn't know the answer. Really, she doesn't know the answer, but she's using just again deductive reasoning to try to answer it. Let's see what happens.
Back out and look for him, but now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, Fender. And you know what? Like I think it was the other night. DSN was like, I almost said DJ Nightbot. Shout out to DJ Nightbot. DSN the other night was like saying like something like, yeah, like something akin to that. Like Lolly could be like used for meditation and stuff. And I was like, I think I made the joke. Like, okay, I know I made the joke. I'm not saying it was funny. That's my point. I made a joke. No one laughed. Maybe I laughed, but I meant also not have, but about like lullabies, like a lullaby, you know? Yeah, it's still not really funny, is it? But yeah, absolutely. He is white noise.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? Anything
Unless
by
the
that
video
vehicle?
got rehomed, right?
I don't think so.
But where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or
I wonder
something.
I don't know that anyone's thought. Has anyone noticed this? I wonder if the point of that is that it was something sharp. Like, okay, when I say the point in that, in other words, that Lolly would be attempting to elicit this testimony, you know, getting lucky if that was his plan, and then he did. But that something sharp, I wonder if that is supposed to explain the gash on the back of the head, which would be, this is interesting. Because it's like really silly. It's like, in other words, if that's what that's about, which would, like, I wonder, is that what you, let me hear that again. But like, imagine though, she would have to hit him, I don't know, many times.
Some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
I didn't go that far enough. Classic.
Taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
All right, couple things. I'm glad you thought lullaby was funny. Yeah, very odd, right? And I feel like he's asked that to somebody else too, and I was like, what the fuck? I know he asked with a straight face. Yeah. And I agree, Fender. I agree. I mean, what she's saying makes sense that, like, because even if something is like plastic, it doesn't take much to catch a sleeve, and especially to sweaters, right? In the cold weather. Like, I can tell you guys, I love sweaters, and it does not take much. Like, literally, if, like, for me, okay, very brief tangent on fingernails. I have to keep my fingernails very much like they get pruned, if you will. That's not the right word. Every day because they grow fast, but B, I need like specific. Like my left hand, the nails need to be short for violin and guitar. And on my right hand, my thumb and then my pointer, middle, and ring fingers need to be a little bit longer for guitar. And then my pinky needs to be in between the two in terms of the left hand and the right hand. So in other words, not quite as long as the other four, but not short. That has to do with violin. So for the bow. So I am I'm cutting or filing or both my nails every day. And in fact, I always have like a nail file and like stuff like I'm clippers like on my person pretty much. So I can tell you that all it takes is if a fingernail is just slightly uneven, even if it's not perceptible with your own fingers, like even if you wouldn't feel it with your fingers, I have personally done this so many times. It's awful because I love sweaters that it catches on the sweater and it's like disaster ensues and it's like, it's ruined, like it's done. Like it just doesn't take much. So in other words, the fact that something could potentially catch something and catch a shirt or, that makes sense. So I think that she's not exaggerating it, but I do think it's potentially Lolly's goal is to make it seem as if it could have been responsible for the head injury, potentially. Yeah, you're probably right about that she probably didn't stop and have that thought. It could be that it was suggested to her by the Commonwealth. Yeah, I did say pruned. I did. But also it's, it's probably because like tending to orchids prune, Yeah, I know. And it's the worst. I can't stand having the uneven nails. It's like, ugh.
From there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house to take off your shoes. What happened then?
I started looking. Jen started looking. Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. And Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go.
Now,
He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Correct.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was at that point?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that
That was
Patrick
the worst question of
at
all
a friend's
time.
house?
God damn it.
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick?
Yeah.
She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home? Is that
Yeah, I
correct?
have to say something, you guys. This is a funny thing. I've never had a manicure in my life. And the reason is because there's no point. Like, since the age of 3, my nails have been tailored for one thing. So I've literally never had a manicure, which is really funny, right? I feel like most people have had manicures. Oh, yeah, the question, I don't even remember what was it? Let me hear. It was really bad, wasn't it? Let me back it up because now I'm thinking about manicures. Let me hear that again. It was really
Say
bad.
that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house?
Y'all, her face is all of us with every question that he asks. Let's just, yeah.
When any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Correct.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was at that point?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house?
Oh, wow.
Karen said,
Golly.
I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his.
Well done, sir. Every now and again, he outdoes himself. You know what I mean? Like that's a way more complicated version of stupidity. Like in terms of just the bad, like how terrible of a question. It's like on maybe like on par with like who if anyone was driving the ambulance, but like this is like a more complicated version. I mean, it's just wow. Yeah, I know. I would like to get, you know what? Like, because also that sounds like a great idea. Because don't they like do the little massages and stuff? That sounds so nice. My feet are like always like I feel like I could use that. Like that sounds nice. Like a because they're all sore. I guess because I'm always standing. I like never sit down ever unless I'm driving, as you guys know. It's just so silly. Yeah. I mean, I could see like I could see, you know, I think that like if it serves a purpose. Like I know for some people, like my mom, don't tell her I told you all this. She used to have a problem with biting her nails. I don't think she does anymore, but like for like my whole life she had that problem. And the only thing that could keep her from biting her nails to like smithereens, that's what she would say, smithereens, would be to get me to go get like manicures because they put the things on the nails, whatever it is, acrylic. They put things on the nails and you can't bite it or something. So it actually would stop her. And I think what happened is over time, it broke the habit to where now she doesn't even do it. Did she like, I think now, even if she doesn't have that, she won't bite them because it's just not, she's not a habit anymore. Yeah. The massage. That sounds so nice. I want that right now. Frodo, my dog, but you guys already know, but probably, but yeah. Like Frodo, hey, you want to give me a little foot massage? Cute. Wouldn't that be so cute? Oh my God, that would be so cute. Sorry. Yeah, I'm really ticklish, but not on my feet. So, I mean, yes, absolutely. Yes, of course, right? There's a lot
Friends.
of susness.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No,
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom, so I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms, and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
So let's see, guys. Let's see if we can see the sticky outy piece thing. Let's see if we can see that.
Specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage that way.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
So where is it now?
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. Cape's driveway when you saw it?
Hold on. All right, let me pull something up. I'm pausing it right there. We're going to compare this to the way it looks in the jury view. Because what I'm wondering is if this is before they remove the whole thing. Like, that doesn't actually look bad to me. Like, I wouldn't, if I was just like wherever and saw that, I wouldn't be like, oh, look, it's broken. Like, even them, like, really, the only way you can tell is on the right-hand side, there's that red part missing. The rest of it, and it could just be the lighting or the angle, but the rest of it, the way that the picture is, it doesn't look broken to me. But let's compare that. Okay, hold on. Let's compare that to. Okay. Aha. All right. So now I'm going to go back. Yeah, you can see that. Actually, I wonder if the reason they removed it is so you could see a dangly piece. But see, it's dangly. It's not sharp, though, y'all. It's dangly. But you can. I just don't. I don't buy it. I just like looking at the portion that was removed. You can see it was only this one. It was only that corner portion that was affected. But they removed. I mean, my 2 cents here is that they removed it because the damage was not like so negligible that they didn't want people to see how little it was. That's just my personal fucking opinion. So look, I mean,
well, caked in snow.
Literally. See the part that's in the middle. I think that's all intact, right? Because it's clear, right? Like, is that supposed to all be red, or is it like, do we see the other side? Like, in other words, because you know how lights, they have the clear part? I would imagine that's supposed to be clear, right? Like, is that like, is it just that the only part that's missing is the bottom part on the right-hand side with the red part? You know, that's a good point, the edge of the red, that makes sense. That makes sense because you can see a corner there. Yeah, I know y'all can't see my mouse, but yeah, that makes sense that right there, it does look sharp. See, you can see here's the thing, if you look where the red is missing, what you can see is you can see what it looks like without the plastic housing. You see how it's like silvery? So you can actually see if you look at that versus what's in the middle of the two red sections, see, you can see that that's different. So in other words, the part in the middle that's clear, that's all intact. Because if it was missing, it would match what's underneath the red. Does that if that makes sense? So Allie did drive. Well, according to Colin, Allie drove him both to the house and picked him up. According to Allie, she never testified that she brought him there. I don't think she was asked, but she did testify to picking him up. She did say she picked him up. But only her that information only comes from her and from Colin. Nobody's remember, Colin's got a magic Harry Potter coat. Nobody saw Colin leave. They're just like knew he left or whatever. And nobody saw Allie's car. So that is also fishy. But so in other words, it's only from them two that they say that Allie picked him up. And then he also says she brought him there. But do you guys see what I mean? How like there's the silver part where the red is missing, and then you can see how the part in the middle doesn't match that. It's fully intact. Let's look again at the jury view. Yeah. You look at the difference. Look at the difference. Yeah, you can tell. That's what it looks like if it's missing. So if that middle portion was also broken, you would see portions of what's exposed here. When you look at this again,
Yes.
to me, it's really different. Like if let's say that the middle portion was also affected, then it would be that's more significant to me. When you look at that part that's missing, I'm sorry. That like first of all, look at the height of that and look at that's just in my personal opinion. I've cracked my tail light, like I said, actually more than once. To hit someone in the head, if that's the height, they would have to be what, on their knees? None of it makes any fucking sense, honestly. They would have to be a child. It would have to be a child, or they'd have to be like on their knees because that height is probably about at my waist level. I'm 5'4". But what that looks like is it looks like she backed into fucking anything, like a pole or something at a grocery store, whatever the fuck, a sign. Yeah, I mean, Fender, you got a good point, but you know what? We know he was drunk, so there's that too. And that could, you know what? Actually, now that I say that, I'm like, wait, hold on. That actually does make more sense because remember, guys, actually, I have a thought. I have a thought. I have a thought. It all comes back to the alcohol, these guys, maybe, perhaps. Because think about it. They were providing him alcohol. How has that not dawned on me? We all know he was drinking, but the part that I think I had not even realized, and I don't know that I've heard anybody say it either, is that they were providing him alcohol. Okay, let's compare it to Murdoch because obviously, right? Remember, how was the civil case happening with Alex? Because it's what they call a dram shop case in a way, or it's akin to that, where because they provided the family provided Paul with the alcohol in which he got drunk and then crashed the boat and someone died, they were holding the parents liable. Now, I'm not saying that this family knew about that or whatever, but they certainly know that the drinking age is 21. They also certainly know that you're not supposed to be drinking and driving, which they were all doing. And they know that they were providing Colin with alcohol and that he's underage. So I wonder if you add all that into the mix, the odds, I think going along with like what Super Planner Girl was saying, the odds that then if something happened and maybe he has something to do with it and then everyone else would cover for him. Think about it this way, guys. It wouldn't just be covering for him because he's young and they're trying to help him. It could be to save their own asses because they are providing him with alcohol and he was underage. And they are cops. Yep. And they had all been drinking and driving as well. And they would, and if people had come right away, they might have tested the blood alcohol level of the adults and charged them with drinking and driving or something, for example, right? But when you think about the underage thing and the fact that they provided him with alcohol, A, the consequences for Colin would be a lot worse than if it was just an accident without alcohol involved, like Fender was saying. But B, there would be big consequences for the family. Yeah, so that actually makes a lot more sense, doesn't it, when you think about that? Because if you have a death caused and you've like, wow, yeah. I mean, they would all be responsible to a certain degree. There's negligence, there's manslaughter, like different degrees of that, but still. And I think obviously, but here's the thing, Fender's saying, isn't giving drinks to a minor much smaller charge than conspiracy to whatever the fuck? Absolutely. But you know what? I think in that situation, they're all drinking. It's a whole group. They're like, I don't think they thought it would get to this, right? I think it's the sort of thing where it's like in the moment, you're just trying to make it okay in the moment because you're panicking. And again, they were not making their best decisions. I would wager they'd all, who knows? It could be that when they met up the next morning and had all their little powers, they were like, their little powwows, they're like, oh my God, we made a bunch of stupid choices last night. And now what are we going to do? But now we have to, like with Alex Murdoch, right? It's like, once you have the lie, then you continue the lie because you don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, and then it's just one thing leads to another, right? So, it's like if they were all drunk and tried to cover it up that night and then they didn't realize what they were doing and then they realized it the next day, it's like, well, now we were married to that. Like even Alex would use that term. Like now they're married to that story. So that's a possibility as well. Clearly they don't make good choices. Like that's obvious. So yeah, are you referring to charges for murder or charges for the alcohol stuff? I mean, either way, I guess it means that they wouldn't have to put as much careful thought into consequences, right? Either way, regardless of if whatever the case was, um, it just means they don't have to think as hard about their decisions, I suppose. Yeah. Good night, Super Planner Girl. See you tomorrow. Hopefully YouTube is less weird tomorrow and doesn't have issues. Yeah, solo cups. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. It's like, regardless of what, it's like, if anything, it's like they could make stupid decisions and then, call in their favors and solo cups and all the rest of it. And, hope it just gets like swept under the rug type deal. Wait, can we see it? What, the solo cups? You want me to show the solo cups? Or But yeah, swept under the rug. Like, I mean, that's the thing. I don't even realize I'm saying it. I'm sorry. I don't even realize. It's the lolly virus. Hi, Kitsmits. I'm glad you're back. Yes, we can see it. Like, y'all have heard of coronavirus. There's the lolly virus. Wait, do you want to see, like, do you mean like the clip with the dog lady, or do you mean like the actual pictures? Fender, but here, while you're saying that, while you're answering, we do have like, hold on.
Solo cups still in it?
Because it's like we have every source of contamination possible, but we're wearing gloves.
This is so funny.
Grocery bag, solo cups that they got for evidence in the history of time. Because here we've got this picture of them handling the evidence, and it's in solo cups that they got from some dude, and then they stuff it into a used grocery bag. And then the officer is holding this open with gloves. The gloves are what makes it. The gloves are the best part, because it's like we have every source of contamination possible, but we're wearing gloves.
I love her uncle. So if you do command cup, then I know that there's a request for the dog lady. By the way,
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
love it so much, dude. It is so fucking funny. We're gonna watch it again because it's
You
good.
would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
The best part is the way he says solo cup like that at the end. That is so fucking funny. I love it. Everything. I love it. I love it. Why did it pull down my other videos? Okay, hold on.
No.
This is where we were.
Yes.
And of course he's talking about the snow. Why is that not surprising? So yeah. So anyway, oh, there's a close-up. Ooh, cool.
Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially a closer-up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
Again, what's depicted in this closer-up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. McCabe's driveway?
Yeah, here's what I will say. It looks like they tried to put a little sticker there because the damage is so hard to see. They have to be like, hey, look, it's over here. Look, y'all, look at that. Anybody who's driven a car, look at that. This is pisses me off. I mean, look at that. It's just a little bit of like paint missing. That is I don't think there's any way a person, if it's just like a human body, I don't think a human body could do that, even if they were trying to. They would have to have a scrapey thing, a sharp tool. Like that's not from a person. It's just not from a person. And that's in a completely different place than where the taillight is missing. So perhaps she's just a bad driver and on two separate occasions backed into something and didn't realize there was damage. I've done that. I'm sure everyone's done that. Like, that's normal. Like, most people aren't looking at their taillights all the time unless they have a reason to, right? Like, anyway. Right. I know. Exactly, Kitsmits. She's saying, I'm imagining Jackson's expression, right? Because it doesn't show him. Yeah, it is fun because we do get to imagine it. When he says solo cups again, I was like, yeah, you heard me. I can't believe it either. Right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Right.
In Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that morning.
Yes.
Now,
8:22 in the morning. Because remember, it was dark initially when we came over there. I believe is what you all said. It was like 6 something in the morning. Hey, I'm gonna rewind it for 1 second and look at these roads more.
Yes.
Yes.
Because
Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
how much experience do y'all have
Yes.
driving now?
Essentially a closer up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
Again, what's depicted in this closer up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Ms. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that morning?
Yes.
Now,
So it looks like he's going at a decent pace now. I don't know if it's sped up. It does say he's going 26 miles per hour. Looking at that, I think my Prius could still handle that. Now, when he goes to turn, let's take a look at the difference when he turns. That looks like a lot more snow. You can actually tell when you look at the front yard and then let me back it up a sec. When you look at the mailbox, let's see if I can try to get right onto it. Hold on. Yeah, like the mailbox, you can actually get a good idea and look at the fence. So there's a lot more snow, it looks like, on this road versus the main road there, which probably was plowed. Because I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, my Prius would have done fine on that first road, but on this one, there's no tracks. It looks like no one's even gone anywhere. Right, very slow turn, exactly. And that's what I was thinking too. Where the turns are, for anyone who's driven in the snow, that's where it's challenging. Because, like, for example, let me back that up again one more time. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, as I saw that, I was like, oh man. So, like, see that? My Prius can handle that. It's fine. Now, when you go to turn, here's the deal. When they plow these roads, right? Any road, it's like what'll happen is all the snow is pushed off to the side. So where you run into trouble then is when you need to turn onto a road that has been plowed and you have to go through a literal snowbank. That's where the problems lie. And remember, so I lived in Boone for such a long time, right? Which is all hills. Mountain town. So on flat, you're just worried about getting stuck, I guess. But like in Boone, there were much bigger concerns. It was really scary sometimes. But yes, because getting stuck isn't so bad. Like that sounds like it's like annoying, but like whatever. But like if you're like going up a hill or down a hill and there's ice, it's a whole different situation. But yes, so you can actually tell it looks like there is like a little, I mean, it's blurry, but it does look like you can kind of see what I'm talking about there. Let's watch him do his. Yeah, that is where my Prius, looking at, just if I had to guess, my Prius would probably struggle and maybe get stuck doing this right here. Yeah, I feel the pain on that one. Ooh, yeah. This is going to sound so weird, but in a way, I miss driving in the snow. In a way, I don't know.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's on the pause portion of the.
That's interesting. I would have thought y'all got more snow in Portland. Huh. Yeah, I mean, in Greensboro, like where I live now, like, yeah, it's like I remember we got snow growing up, like when I was a kid and stuff, but like, I mean, and like actually, what was it? We did get some snow in the winter. It was actually really funny. So the winter, what year are we? So it was 2022. It was like 2022, Christmas into New Year's, that week, that period of like, let's say 2 weeks. It's really funny. In Greensboro, I think it broke all the records for the coldest winter ever on record. Randomly. It was below zero. It was insane. And I'll never forget it. It was like it was crazy. And it was really, really, really windy. Actually, it was so windy that on Christmas Eve, actually, I mean, it was below zero. It was so fucking windy. It tore off. So my house used to have a storm door which I never knew what those doors were called until I needed to learn the name because of what happened here in the story. But like, it's like the door, like when you have like, I have like a wooden door and then there's like the outside door that's like not plastic, sorry, glass. You know, it's like a glass door. So where you can leave the wooden door open and then just have the other one. And usually that it's like, it also has like a screen. Do y'all know what I mean? It's like the 2-level door thing. Like you open the storm door and then you open the wooden door. Anyway, it was so windy. It ripped the storm door off the house. Not even joking. It ripped it off the house. And it's in the backyard now. Like it, so it, and it was locked. The door was locked. It was so windy. It opened it up, unlocked it, ripped it off the hinges, and carried it away from the house. Isn't that insane? But having said that, there was no precipitation, so there was no snow. But in Boone, we got a ton of snow. In fact, it was like months. It was just normal. Like every year, it's like, okay, months in a row, starting in September. If not September, definitely by October, but even potentially September, like through June, expect it just be snow everywhere, like just constant snow pretty much. If you're lucky, you might get a little bit of warm up period in the spring. But I remember there was times where even when I was living there, when it was like already like May into June and we got snow. And there also, we got snow in August one time when I was there as well. So, oh, that's interesting. Huh. Wow. Right. That makes sense being in a valley. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense too. Ice is so much worse, isn't it? Ugh. But having said that, I prefer all of it to rain. I hate the rain. I would take ice over rain, actually.
From this video.
That's John's house.
And Ms. Kimberly, if you could press play again. Ms. Kimberly, if you could pause it. And again, Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen. You recognize what's sort of in front of the camera in this particular portion of the video.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
Yeah, you can see how much snow has accumulated behind the cars. Also, looking at it, it looks like it would be hard to get out of there with that much snow. Even if those have like that's quite, I guess there's more snow behind John's car than there is behind Karen's car. Like where John's car is, I don't know that car would have been able to back through that. But what I was going to say is that looking at this angle to get into the garage, it looks like it would be a tricky garage to get into, right? Remember how they said one side he just kept stuff store there, but like he didn't like park there? Like look at the angle. Like you would have, that looks like that would be a hard one to get into and out of. What do y'all think? In terms of getting into the angle of the door.
And,
I know. I know.
John's car?
Portland and Seattle both. I know there's no, I would not. I can't handle. I hate. Y'all will hear me complain about rain until the end of time. I hate the rain. I like literally. It's just. I hate it if I'm outside. I hate it if I'm inside. I will do everything to avoid going out in the rain. I hate the rain. And of all of this rain, the worst rain is when it's what we used to call a piss drizzle type situation in Boone. It's when it's like 34 degrees and raining. Ugh. When it's like, oh God, I hate that so much. Anyway, yeah, so so it's not just me. Yeah, they would have to shovel. Yeah, it is interesting to think about because it's like looking at that, you know. I don't think that a car could just, even if it has 4-wheel drive, like at least maybe where Karen is, but again, hers is taller and the snow level is lower. But behind John's vehicle, yeah, that I don't think, yeah, he would have to do a little bit of shoveling.
If you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you
Just
observe
green
each of
laser-
those.
the most pointless laser pointer of all time.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Yes.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the park on the property, correct?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
And that's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that morning. Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Now you go, look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just. And
Wow.
Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview.
Did y'all
the
hear
night
that?
before.
Did
So
you guys catch that? She almost said at Jen's insistence. Let me back that up again. And I don't know that anyone else has mentioned. That is crucial. Hold on.
Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she.
Oh, maybe she was going to say at Jen's sister's house. Let's listen one more time. What do you guys think?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just. And Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview.
Huh. That sounds like that could go either way. What do y'all think? Fender says, Lolly, can you please ask a straight fucking. Yeah, I know, right? Jen's sister. Okay. Still, though, she's saying it was Jen's idea.
So Karen.
Yeah, like Jen wanted to. Hold on. Let's go back one more time.
Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview.
Yeah.
The night before. So Karen really wanted to go back.
So convenient, right, for Jen. Jen's like, Karen's like, hey, I don't know what happened. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen's like, well, I saw you at 34 Fairview. Let's go there. And then when Karen says, okay, Jen comes into court and is like, yeah, Karen wanted to go. It was her idea. I mean, could be insistence. Yeah, I think it sounds like it could kind of be either way on that one.
There, I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house. And then we'll start looking. If Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Now you go, look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just. And Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house.
Even that?
And then we'll start looking if he's not in the house.
Even that statement was, Jen said she saw. Hold on, let me get it verbatim.
There, I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows. Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just. And Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview.
Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview
the night before. So Karen really wanted.
Karen wanted to go back there. Again, all of that makes sense. Of course, if someone tells you were there and you don't remember where you were, and that person suggests it, right? I mean, like, this is just right for, like, in a way, it's like almost like gaslighting central in terms of like you've got someone who's in a state of panic and trauma, and also was drinking and doesn't remember stuff, and then essentially somebody, if like Jen, right, anybody with ulterior motives in that situation could easily. Anyway, it's just, yeah, it's problematic essentially.
To go back there, I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
So, I mean, that the only thing that's interesting about that is that that's the exact same exchange that, according to Jen, happens when they wake up from the phone calls and talk to her, and they're at their house and Karen is at John's house, right? So what's odd, the only thing that's odd to me is that it wouldn't make sense for them to have the same conversation twice. Like okay, so if Kaylee, right, and calls Jen, I guess she says she speaks to Kaylee first, right, and then talks to Karen, and that wakes Jen and Matt up, right, early in the morning, and they're at their house asleep, whatever the fuck. And remember, in my mind, I have to keep in mind that I had this idea early on, and I think it's still plausible potentially. I mean, still, yeah, that Jen wasn't at home. Like, okay. All this with the cars is confusing, right? Because it's hard to tell who meets who where and all this. But essentially, my thought is that this whole thing with Jen barging into the house at the Alberts is bullshit, right? Either she was still there or they were expecting her or whatever, but like, there's just no way. But my point is that it wouldn't make sense for them to have that exact same conversation twice. So they stalk her the first time, and the very first time they talk, and Karen's like, oh, I left him at the waterfall. And then Jen's like, well, I saw you pull up the house. It wouldn't make sense that then at some undetermined amount of time later, because we don't know anything in this trial, now they're they're in the car, right? They're like driving. So this is like a whole separate situation. Kerry's there. It wouldn't make sense that they have the same conversation again. Like, I don't know. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you get it?
I was driving. Karen was in the...
Rewind it a second, because I'm still not clear. I'm still trying to figure out this whole thing about the cars and the houses.
If you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you get it?
Back a little bit further.
I was driving. Karen was in the back and said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
Testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview. When did...
Okay, so let me... In other words, they don't all meet up at Jen's house initially, right? They all meet up at John's house. This is what... Lolly doesn't make anything clear. This shouldn't be this hard, right?
Okay.
That's what she said.
I mean, you can take it. Now, you go, look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just... And Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house.
She did.
And then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So
my question is, did Kerry go to Jen's house? That's really what it comes down to. But, I remember all of that. My thought is I'm still not sure about it because it's their word against her word only if she even takes a stand, right? So, but that's why I would push back on that one because this could like again in any other situation this would be verifiable via surveillance footage, via telemetry, via cell phone, via all this other shit in terms of tracking location, right? I mean, fucking Meerkat McCabe's testimony about that is a mess. It's a mess. And there's a lot of weirdness. The whole thing, I mean, there's just a lot. And it was weird listening to it the first time and the second time and the third time. It was weird every time. And like, there's a lot of weirdness and it's the same thing about looking through the blinds and, you know, everything's so vague. I don't know. If you go back and listen to it and try to think what is in here that's like solid evidence that they were home and that any of this happened, I think it's tough. It's tough. And the only way to dispute it, because no evidence was done, is if Karen verbally disputes it, and then it's their word against hers. But that would be banking even that she takes a stand. So, yeah. Well, as I was going to pull up, yeah, it's true though about the many phrases. I did see that. And then Elaine, hold on, let's see. So Elaine. What are you saying, Elaine? Oh, okay. Thing is, yeah, Elaine asked better. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Elaine did ask better questions than Lolly. Yeah, we thought Elaine was bad. Sorry, Elaine. You got like, dude, Elaine, you get a free pass like Lolly's worse. There's just, it's not even compare. You can't even compare the two. Lolly's on another level. It's so much worse. It is so much worse. Yeah, no, Elaine looks like the world's best attorney compared to Lolly. Really, it's insane. It's insane. We did. I think I read it actually. It was before you got here. I actually read the one you sent me on Discord, which, believe it or not, it's funny. DSN sent the exact same thing from the same source, actually. I don't know. Lolly's voice grates.
That's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
They're not difficult questions. Just making them.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And,
Couldn't he just say, how did you leave the house? How did you exit the house?
If you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
Do you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to...
They could object there to calm
I
down.
think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
Funny word.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview?
Correct.
I'm sorry, if you could play it from there. I could ask him to stop right there. Ms. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's the depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal or consistent with what you
That's a
observed
good
that
point,
morning as you were
Senator.
driving
Yeah.
around,
good point.
going from
Yeah.
Mr. O'Keefe's house
Yeah.
to Ms. McKay's sister's house?
Yes.
And
Look how
the
dark.
turn that this vehicle is
Crazy.
taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40
Winter
seconds
be
in,
wild,
you
huh?
recognize what street that vehicle is turning
Dark.
onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
There's snow. There's snow. There's snow. There's snow. Ah, motherfucker. Yes, you and Prius still would be fine there, but we'll see what happens if there's a turn. Here's my 2 cents, Kitsmits, on this. So Kitsmits is asking, what's the point basically of all these yeah, I mean, I was thinking the same thing. Here's my thought. I think that the only point is so he can have a foundation for getting in a business, being able to. It makes me so mad that this is the answer to this potentially. That's why I'm struggling. That his whole point is so he can ask a question about freaking Bella's house. I think that's the point. He needs the foundation so he can talk about the stupid street names and then do the whole thing with the landmarks. You didn't know where you were going, but you knew this landmark. I think the whole point is to get it to have a door, have a doorway to get into talking about Bella's mom and whatnot, dance teacher. I think that's the point. That's my guess for this, or not guess, but that's my opinion. It's a name, right? For a lot of reasons.
If you could pause it right there.
I don't even know why Bella's mom is
Ms. Roberts,
at all. Not
as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to
Yeah.
this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's
Here you
going
go.
on inside the car?
Here you go.
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on. And I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the 2 seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall
Yeah,
where-
I think I actually mentioned that you might have already left to go update the chart. I think I mentioned a couple more people. You may have already been gone. I think I mentioned her. But yes, and we were talking about that Amy, it sounds like it's the same person. We don't know for sure because they don't actually say Amy is Bella's mom. Like, of course, right? Lolly doesn't clarify it. But the context makes it sound like it's the same person. But yeah, we don't know for sure. Great question. Yeah, it's really not relevant, but it's a friend of Kaylee's. And her mom, I guess, was taught dance, and Kaylee took dance there. And I guess, like, what did they say? 10 years ago or something, John O'Keefe dated Bella's mom. We think Amy, I think we are actually going to hear this. I think it hasn't come up yet. But we think Amy is Bella's mom. It sounds like they're one and the same, but Lolly doesn't he doesn't clarify anything. So, because what happens is it might actually be coming right up. I think Kerry talks about Bella's mom and then uses the word Amy or the name Amy as if it's like interchangeable. Let's just see, because I think that might happen here.
Where you were in your travels when that topic
Great
of conversation
question.
came up?
I don't know.
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what if any?
I think they're trying to make it be like it's literally Lolly grasping at straws. It's just grasping at straws. As in, oh, I don't even know. Honestly, I can't even think of a way that they could stretch this to make it seem like it's relevant. Kitsmits, can you answer that question for Fender? I can't even imagine a scenario where you could stretch it to make it seem relevant. I don't know why it's coming into this trial. There you go. Yeah,
that's you say in
well
regards
said.
to any other sort of women.
Any other what?
But like, also, sorry, just like how lazy though? Like, not you. I mean, obviously not you, Kitsmits. How lazy of like the prosecution, right? Like, they can't even find a specific example. It's the same thing with Aruba. The whole Aruba thing on par with this, right? Remember when everybody was talking about like we were like, oh, should we even cover the sisters Sullivan? Because it's like, and everybody was kind of like, it's not really all that relevant, right? I mean, it's not. It's a similar thing. It's like there's a lot of time wasted and a lot of time spent going over, and with, of course, with Aruba, it's even worse. The 2 full witnesses, but like, it's sad. It's sad in a lot of ways. It's like sad as in that's all you're gonna do, and like you're charging someone with murder, and like none of this is actually related to anything that happened that night at all. The closest you've got on that night is the fact that somebody used Bella's house as a landmark to find the right house, but that has nothing to do with anything. It's just a landmark because it was the dance teacher. And it's also sad because of justice, right? Right. I mean, it's just yeah, but it's not enough. It's not enough. It's just not enough. And especially because there was a lot of pushback. Like it wasn't, I mean, we're gonna hear from one of the Sullivan sisters. I mean, I just don't know that it's the I've not heard, like, to me, it's like I don't know if it's just because you can tell that the people giving the testimony are biased, perhaps, or if it's just because there's a lot of contradictions, or maybe proximity in time. I've just not heard any testimony that really, for me, is like, oh, yep, she's definitely got a temper, or she's definitely like the way I interpret it, and this is just me personally, is like, again, there's also the time factor, like Aruba, that's like a month before this particular night, right? Where he dies. But like, it's like, and you have to remember too, everybody was fucking drinking, right? Again, even like the Sullivan sisters, they're all drinking. It's just so problematic because then you have issues with people's memory. You have issues with people starting drama, interpreting things or misinterpreting things. Like for me, like what would be different for me is if there was video of her losing her temper and getting physical, like throwing something or whatever, because we need to connect it to physically hitting him, right? Like being jealous isn't enough, I don't think. Not with the way they've charged her. So, because the way they've charged her, it's like there has to have been a precipitating event that caused it at that time. That's right. Exactly, Kitsmits. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, exactly. So you think you're getting what I'm saying, which is like, it's just, like I get from Kerry's testimony to me is some of the most helpful because it's really unbiased. And the most unbiased, I would say. You can tell she's just talking. She's just, here's what happened. You know what I mean? The sisters Sullivan clearly don't like Karen. They clearly have all these issues. Kerry, however, also another thing to her benefit was she was not drinking in any of this, right? She wasn't there when they were all drinking. She wasn't still drunk from the night before, right? She's like a sober witness because even in Aruba, everybody there was drinking. So it's just, Kit's was saying, I think Lolly's theory that he's trying to awkwardly bill is that Karen, in a fit of jealous rage, hit John with her car and left him. I mean, yeah, I think that's his theory. But like, we're working too hard to help him out to even try to understand it. It should be clearer. Like this theory should be clearer, and we should have established cause and manner of death. I'm just still so hung up on the fact that we're not there yet. Like, here we are a million years into trial, and finally today we heard somebody testify that John died. If it's that much of a struggle for this prosecution, to show the jury proof through testimony, that John is in fact dead, how the hell are they going to be like, yeah, she was so jealous? And also of what? Because like literally, again, the part of the charge here, there has to be like a precipitating event. Like the way I understand it, it's like a jealous person who's just overall jealous isn't going to cut it. Like they're like, in other words, if there was testimony that John cheated on her that night, that would be something that they could work with, right? In terms of the way that it reads. But yeah, so, but my point is like, if it took them that long to even just establish that there was a death, I don't know how they're going to even handle trying to prove jealousy or anything else. I mean, they're not, yeah. Right. That's a good point, Kitsmits. And that, I think I was saying something similar to that this morning. The kids' testimony. Yeah. Also, I was saying this morning too, how I think it's important because for Kaylee, she was the only witness to Karen being at home, Karen making phone calls, all the shit that happened when they woke up and realized John wasn't gone, right? Like it was Kaylee and Kaylee and Karen. Oh my God. Kaylee and Karen are the only two people that could testify about what happened when they realized that Jen wasn't home. So, but for that reason, like I was saying too, like it could actually be helpful for the defense because if they can get testimony that works for them through Kaylee, then again, that they can hopefully maybe not need Karen to testify to it. So. Right. Yeah. And the kid, of course, right. Good point. The kids were 10 and 14, so they weren't drinking. Yeah. I know. Right, Fender? So true. And yeah, I think the kids actually were asked directly if there was anything physical and they said no. Yeah. No, I agree. Can you, y'all, how crazy is it? There's been no exhibits. It's like, what? I don't know what's happening in this trial, man. Every trial has exhibits. Like, I mean, by exhibits, I mean demonstrative exhibits, right? Not just, it's not just, body cam footage. Like, there's so much that could be done here in terms of a timeline. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Oksana. Somebody suggested even like getting little toy cars and acting out all the shit with the car because like there's so much shit here with cars, right? They could get a little Monopoly board, even use the little houses, use little cars, and like, yeah, it's just there's no demonstratives. A timeline, right, would be an example of like what we need. We need demonstrative exhibits. PowerPoint. I mean, think about every freaking trial of all time has demonstratives. It's so crazy. Not for me. The video is paused right now, Kitsmits. The video is paused because I'm just talking. So I don't know if that's what you're right. I'm not seeing anything though on terms of the stream. Really? Weird. It doesn't look like that on my end. I don't know. YouTube's been weird. Like I said, YouTube's been fucking up. I don't know if that has something to do with it. It's been having trouble processing videos. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm not seeing anything on my end. That's crazy. It's definitely something on YouTube because it's not like sometimes when there's glitching, I see it. Like what I'm seeing right now, there's no. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said at the beginning, the YouTube's been having issues, and I've heard that from other channels as well. Runkle had some issue as well today. Um, wow, that is fucking weird, man. Sometimes there's moments of silence where I'm reading or thinking, but I don't think that happened recently. So, and that's a long stretch anyway. Oh, that could be, yeah. I don't know, but yeah, YouTube's been having issues, so I don't know. So anything's possible. That would be funny though if you did pause by accident. Okay, bye, Fender. We'll see you soon. Thank you for being here. Hope you have a good day. Love you too. Right, yeah, they're usually shorter. It's funny, you guys probably have a good idea of like how long the moments of silence typically are. But yes, I hope you have a wonderful day, Fender. Love you. Okay, I'm making an announcement that I'm going to start playing the video again.
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor.
So,
and then Karen said, do you think...
I will say, because we're going to get to the Amy part, Kitsmits. I will say, I think we can say here with like good certainty, a good level of certainty, dance instructor and Bella's mom are same.
He could have gone there. Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane, and I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
You know what, Kitsmits, you may have paused it because I think you're a little bit behind because I actually just said, you typed that after I said it. So I wonder if you did pause it. Yeah, dance instructor, Bella's mom are same. So now the question is Amy.
To be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would
You're probably going to hear that about 10 or 20 seconds.
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Ms. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
I don't know why they make such a big deal about that. Can anyone help me out with that? Kitsmits, you know me. I have to solve a mystery, right? It looks like we've solved the mystery of the pausing, potentially. So, but what I will say is when I go back and do timestamps, if there are glitches that you guys see on y'all, like through YouTube, but it doesn't show on my feed as I'm streaming it, that I'll see it on when I do the timestamps. So I will be able to see if there was something funny. But can y'all help me with that? Like, why is it such a big deal that she's leaning between the seats and talking to them? I don't understand that. That makes sense to me. Like that seems like what I would be doing. So I don't really know why that keeps coming up.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything?
I really don't know what point is that.
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Pretty hard.
I mean, she said, how was she kicking the door? And then he changed it because he realized it was a stupid question. Let's rewind that. Her face, though, is so good. We feel your pain.
Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
He said, how? He did not say how hard. He said, how is she kicking the door? That's a good point, Blackwater. No seatbelt. Yeah. But having said, I mean, I think you're right, but they haven't, I don't know how that, beyond the fact that that's, not a good idea. I don't know how that helps not that anything they do really helps their theory. They don't even really have a theory. Who knows, basically. Like it doesn't point to anything, but not that much of it does. So yeah, obviously frantic, but understandable. Seems like she's very high strung. Yeah. Well, see, but again, like none of that points to anything. But let's hear it again because Lolly does not say how hard. Y'all, he realizes what a terrible question he asked, and then he tries to make her look bad or feel bad. Like it's kind of sickening, right? Like he tries to make it seem like she misunderstood, but she didn't.
Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
How?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Pretty hard. I mean,
Yeah,
she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, have you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, have you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is that?
The driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger,
She
correct?
just said that.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you?
Yeah, I
realized?
agree.
When in this sort of
Totally.
sequence
Yeah.
were you able to realize that?
It does.
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
So see that makes it sound like, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying this seems normal. It's like Kerry seemed to realize really quickly. Like once Karen ran over, Kerry realized it was a body, right? Like that's what that sounds like. But again, if you're looking for somebody who's missing and you're like the thing about the snow, like we were saying, remember, now you've got, if there's a body that's covered in snow, you've got a big mound, right? Like the mound is what sticks out. So again, it's all weird to me that the prosecution's trying to make a big deal about Karen must have known the body was there. No, I mean, there's a big mound. There's like snow is even everywhere in the yard, right? It's all flat. And then there's a big mound. I mean, again, deductive reasoning. So.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
Oh, so it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Pause it right there. Okay. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
And is that essentially where you parked your car when Miss Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
You could just press play for a moment. Pause it. Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
With the pointer?
If you could. Okay.
I agree, Butler.
Zoom in if you could.
I agree.
And
Yep.
just play for about 6.5 minutes.
Totally agree. So again, it's like, imagine for the jury, they've seen all this testimony from the McCabes and the Alberts who claimed to be his John O'Keefe's longtime friend, and the vitriol with which they testified, the vitriol, the defensiveness, referring to him as the guy, not even using his name, just the way And then seeing this, and there's just such a contrast. Again, the jury probably got used to testimony because they had heard so much of it. All these people, one after another, saying they're his friend and whatnot. But boy, I think it was really not smart of Lolly to put Jen and Kerry back to back, right? Because you go from, you guys have saw it. We thought, Jen, who looks like she's going to launch across that witness stand and kill somebody over and over again. It's terrifying. And the way she talks about everything. And then you've got this genuine, it's just, but it is refreshing and important to see it, right? It's like, oh, finally somebody cares about the victim. That's right.
Do you have drug problem? You run? Huh?
Individuals on screen again, they're just using the laser pointer and direct their attention to who those are.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
It's coming into play again. Take that down. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me take you back sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant is banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw?
Oh my God,
upon your
Lolly.
arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
It's not
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
And do you recall you recognized the person in the snow as Mr. O'Keefe?
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine, but the right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area, what, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him, and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
Oh my
And
God,
direct
Wally.
Ms. McCabe to call 911?
You always
Yes.
just what she says,
And
or
what was the
whoever it
defendant
is
doing again?
on the stand.
She was doing mouth to mouth, and she was frantic again, running around. And
As she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant, and there was some weird, like, electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth-to-mouth and then running around, is the mouth-to-mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between, when is the running around in relation to the mouth-to-mouth?
I don't remember which was first. Or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrive?
I don't know. Wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any of the amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that point?
Karen was running around the body
Yeah,
while the EMTs were trying to work on
No,
him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms.
no, I
Reed
agree.
is running
I
around
agree.
over
There's-
where Mr. O'Keefe.
There's absolutely no sensitivity also in terms of how he's handling this witness when she's emotional either, which bothers me.
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
Closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like, you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Absolutely, Kitsmits. You would think so, right? Also, you can tell she's kind of like, why are you asking me stupid questions as well?
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you...
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
And do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic, or...
No.
Now,
Yeah, I think EDB, I've heard her talk about that before. I mean, I feel like she, usually, I feel like she's said, like, you just have to read the witness, right? And take the time. I know that when we've seen her before and there's a witness who's emotional on the stand, she always will say things like, to the person, whoever is asking the questions, whether it's defense or prosecution, slow down, she'll say like, but I don't know that she's actually addressed the specific et cetera thing, because you wouldn't normally hear that at all. But I think that just speaks to your point that it's just not something that people would say for a reason, right?
as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands, and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
Yeah, I don't take anything weird about that at all. I would imagine y'all women in the chat also don't. Like that makes perfect sense to me that she would say that. It just does.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Timing of the sirens there after she says the ambulance drove away, that is creepy.
They had this from that point to when the ambulance drove away.
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Miss Reed go? Where did Miss McCabe?
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand, but next question.
So you call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents?
Correct.
At some point you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Miss McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Objection.
Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going from there?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no, and Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
Right. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So if I could take you back just for a moment, I apologize for this, but just for a moment back to when you first, where Mr. O'Keefe is on the grass, and at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I
don't understand. Okay. I understand a million years ago when this trial started. I understand that question makes sense. What is he wearing? I mean, yeah, basic question, just establishing basic, facts, basic shit, whatever. The fact that he didn't have a coat. Lolly has asked every single witness this question. And we have now had, after today, what was it? We had 44, 45. I think the last witness of the day would have been witness number 47. Lolly has asked every single witness what John O'Keefe was wearing, and they have all said the same thing. It boggles the mind. It just boggles the mind that he's still asking this question.
2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
You recall if anyone one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No,
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall, or no?
no, it was not a coat.
Now, to take you back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. Not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after she left, was there anybody else that beyond sort of first responders or police officers and things like that, any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point. Met Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you had, we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with you?
I left with Karen Reed.
And as you're leaving in your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where is Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Say it again.
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, were the two of you doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first time?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
So this is I just paused it, by the way. This is the part that we were talking about this morning, I guess, and then maybe last night. So, but about how this, and it's going to show the clip. It's going to pull up the clip where Jen McCabe mentions this. So the order of events in terms of when Karen makes these statements about, so if something happens to me, take care of kids. Also things along lines of like, I couldn't live without him, things like that, right? And then the section 12. So let me back it up just a little bit so we can hear this again.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, were the two of you doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first time?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond to that?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature. Or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away Chapman and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
Why can he not just ask her, and then what did you do? And then where did you turn?
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street, and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call, and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
All right. So I'm pausing here real quick. So the question is then, so it makes sense at this juncture, right? So Karen is saying things like, I'll die. I can't live without him. Things of that, which again, makes sense to me. We hear this all the time when people lose a loved one. That's not that out of the ordinary. However, it looks like her parents interpret that as she could be maybe going to self-harm herself, whatever. So the question that I have is that then in terms of when this statement that we're about to watch from Jen happens in reference to that. So let's take a listen.
And And the phone conversation that you had with the defendant, when was that, and you know where the defendant was at the time that you spoke?
Yes, she was in an ambulance.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what, generally speaking, what was the content of that conversation? What did the two of you talk about?
She just was repeating, asking if he was dead. Is he dead? She brought up the kids, and then she also asked if I would visit her.
And how did you respond?
I said yes.
So coming back to that in a moment, but
All
before
right. So I can answer the question then. So that makes a lot of sense. So initially that testimony from Jen McCabe, I think the prosecution is implying, or, you know, one would think that testimony, if they're saying, you know, please take care of the kids if something happens to me, and and then there's also like, will you come visit me, right? Because I remember this has come up before in the trial earlier on, and it's like, oh, well, you know, yeah, it's like, oh, so she's assuming she's going to jail, right? Or whatever. That would make sense to interpret like that. But Kerry's testimony changes this, and I'll tell you why. So at the point in Kerry's testimony, Karen's not in the ambulance yet. That's later. So in other words, they're turning around to go back to the house, I believe, at this juncture. They're going to drive back to the house. After that is then when Karen would be in the ambulance, and that's when Jen that's when she tells Jen that. So in other words, the order of events is important here, because if the order of events is such that Karen says something like, I'm going to die, I can't live without him, and then people maybe just out of precaution or whatever take that to mean it could be self-harming, and so they do the Section 12, and then she talks to her parents, and so then Karen knows that this Section 12 is going to happen because Kerry is bringing her back, and like this is now a plan. Like the mom gets involved. The mom is like, take her phone, don't give her purse. So that would to me means Karen's now knows that this is happening, right? That she's going to be doing this Section 12 thing. Like she's privy to that. And then after that is when she tells Jen, will you take care of the kids and will you come visit me? It's completely different when you have that timeline, because what I understand it with thinking of that timeline, considering the Section 12, Karen is asking that as in, I'm going to be temporarily out of commission. I'm going to be in the hospital or wherever it is that they would put her. Will you come visit me, you know, during the week or two, however long it is. Same with the kids. Any of those statements that could have been interpreted as, oh, she's assuming she's going to be in prison. You could literally just swap that with, she now knows she's going to be, or she's thinking she's going to be held up in a mental health situation. So yeah, that's a fact. Absolutely, Blackwater. Yeah, so I'm glad that makes sense, because this is really important, because actually that was one of the only things so far, hearing that from Jen, and we heard that earlier on too. That was one of the only things that I was like, wow, that is weird. Like that's one that's hard. Those statements were hard to understand. Like, are you going to come visit me? Right? Like that one in particular is like, where are you going? Right? So, but knowing the timeline with the Section 12, it makes complete sense.
When left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up you.
Julio.
Yes.
Glad that was helpful.
So you get that call from Officer Goods, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Aaron O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number, and I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does.
All of this communication between Kerry and Karen's mom, all of this is happening before they get back to the house, before they meet back up with Jen, before any of that. But all this communication with the mom, I think it just furthers like Karen knows what's going on. Like, in other words, this is like the family's decision, right? And Karen's present for all this, well, as Kerry and the mom talk. So
Does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened then?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk, and by she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance?
that, and now she's finally getting to the ambulance. This is the part, now we're getting to the part in the timeline where she makes those comments to Jen. Because this is while she's in the ambulance. So see, this completely changes my understanding of this entire that entire exchange with Jen.
She just walked, I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, "Do you have her phone?" And I said, "Yes." Her mother said, "Make sure she does not have her purse."
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from there?
I went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to, where do the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree, and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano, and I spun a couple times on 93, right near the Braintree exit, so that when I got to the O'Keefes, that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital? John's brother Paul had already arrived, and then we all walked in. We were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or. So she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel. And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again?
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood
Obviously,
on my hands.
Now,
he doesn't need to be asking these dumb questions.
Ms. Roberts, you
to
mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. Then she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party, and Mrs. O'Keefe said, "You just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "Leave her alone. She's been through enough." She called a few times while we were on the ride, and then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times was it?
At least 10.
And that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as is dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital?
Yes.
Now,
First of all, that weird noise is not me. That's in the court recording. But also, I don't know why the prosecution thinks that there's something there with like she's calling to find out how he's doing. I just don't understand what the deal is. Like, that sounds like someone who's concerned and frantic, and I just don't know why. I just don't know how they expect a jury to hear some of this and just be like, oh, that means she did anything wrong. I just don't get it. I mean,
once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened there?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer, and then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat
Black Widow, what are you having for breakfast?
in the waiting area.
And after some period of time, sitting in the waiting area, what happened then?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not. It was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, but as far as say that it was worse, back into a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace, and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
Yeah, what she's about to describe is what I ended up seeing accidentally, and what I know some of y'all have also seen these pictures in the hospital. Yeah, both eyes are bad. What is satsumas? And what kind of tea? Yum. But I love tea, but I don't know what a satsumas is. We'll love to find out though.
Beyond what you observed in his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm,
Do you recall which arm it was?
his right arm.
Do you recall where on his arm they were?
Like here.
Can I just ask the record to reflect that the witness is pointing to her forearm?
Yes.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened then?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off, and Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, my father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him? So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him, and he said, that's Karen's father. So I went over and I said, Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
And at some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car, and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you go?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house, and then I went home.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that, if you know?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, well, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
So as far as Trooper Proctor was concerned, that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
State Trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Ms. McCabe's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Ms. McCabe's house you spoke to them?
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
And at some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No.
And as far as how sort of that process works, as far as a cell phone extraction or anything, do you know anything about that?
No.
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them to whenever you got it back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're
Jen.
who else?
Jen's phone and my phone.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Little?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for me?
Sure.
All right. So first of all, I completely agree with you, Blackwater, that yeah, the pictures do not look at all like that. Couldn't agree with you more. And interesting. I've never heard of it. I wonder if they're available here in the States. Anyone who's in the US, have you guys heard of that? A Satsuma? Okay, but also while we are paused, so now we are getting into one of the two sisters, Sullivan. This is the second sister that testifies, the younger of the two. We're just going to hear, her testimony was brief anyway. We're just going to hear a little bit of it. This is just the relevant parts in terms of, what happened in Aruba. In my opinion, is what happened in Aruba all that important? Again, not really, but it is important for people who are just only watching the recaps, I think, to know that this happened because it is referenced to at other points in the trial. Like, for example, we obviously, Brian Higgins references Aruba, the prosecution references it other times, other witnesses. So just so that everyone, because I know some folks aren't watching the entire trial, some are just watching the recaps. So this will at least make sure everybody's up, because we've not skipped any witnesses. So her older sister will be the first witness that we've skipped since I started covering this. However, her older sister, it's actually kind of interesting that they even have her testify, or that she's even the older sister testifies to what happened to the younger sister, and then the younger sister testifies to what happened to herself. So, I don't know. I don't know why you need both. Obviously, it makes more sense to have the person who it happened to testify. So that is why we're just going to hear from her directly what she says happened to her. So, oh, interesting. Kitsmits says they get Satsumas. Wow, cool, neato. I've never heard of that. I don't know. I want to try it. I love the little easy to peel. I'm actually not a huge fan of like the big oranges, like in terms of just like eating it, but I love the little easy to peel ones. They're plus anything mini, Or wait, did you say they were little, or did I just in my brain invent that? Oh, you said small. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I like the little things.
My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
Blackwater.
Do you recall
Yeah,
sort of
100%. And that is usually what we see in trials, right? Like what you're describing is a normal trial. If they start with the injuries, and they establish the injuries and they establish what happened to the victim, how they died, cause and manner of death, time. Yeah, 100%. And that's how they should be doing it. You're absolutely right. They should work backwards from the body and from the crime scene, right? But of course, we know that was a disaster. But you're absolutely right. Instead, yeah, that's a really good way to say it. though. And then Kitsmits is saying that they're medium-ish. That's funny. Interesting. The skin is more wrinkled. Huh. Wow. Fascinating. Wow.
Time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming back?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st, and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is we?
My mother and I flew out
Me and 30,000 other people.
together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and
She has very nice hair, like the hair
Yes.
color.
And with
her eye
regard
makeup
to the
is nice as
hotel,
well.
the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrive on there, when you arrive there at some point in time in the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room, and then following that, where do you go?
Why?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Great. I mean, of course you did. Like, I mean, you know, I'm not nothing against happy hour. Like, happy hour is great. It's just, y'all. I mean, I feel like there's a theme established, and it's what the other thing that's interesting is it's all family. Like, okay, how to say, like, this is like a generational thing. So it's like they're there. They've got the parents, they got the grandparents, they got kids, grandkids, little kids, medium-aged kids, teenagers, and it's so interesting because when you and why do I mention that? Well, because we see, just like with this entire death, I'm gonna say, because they keep calling it an incident, I'm gonna say there's a person died, right? It's a similar thing where you've got everybody's involved all through the generations. You've got the cousins, you've got the friends, you've got underage people that are drinking and being given alcohol by the of age people, and it's like the whole family. It's like the whole family is supporting each other in terms of making bad decisions. That's kind of, I guess, what I would say, and it's almost like enabling each other in a way too. I mean, I don't know, like, and the kids, I don't know. The kids are kind of just thinking that that's normal, maybe. I don't know. Orange expert, Dr. Dole. Yeah. Yeah, mine, like, here it's the clementines is what we give to the little people, like my niece and nephew and stuff. But yeah.
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area,
That's funny. She says bar normally, doesn't she?
if anyone specifically did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
She says
And with
bar.
reference to
Bar.
who you refer to as John,
Amazing.
What's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
And how did you know this?
crazy.
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close
Honestly, you wouldn't even know she's from the same place as the rest of the witness. This is crazy. Her accent's completely
to my
different.
sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
Wow.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time.
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh man. Probably about 8, 9 years. That's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times. So I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that time?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day, was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as a fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point did you come back?
I did.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if any?
So you have to say, okay.
You just have to answer yes or no.
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out. Who, if anyone, do you see when you come out?
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
And, Your Honor, I think this may be the appropriate.
All right. So folks, I'm going to say again that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged.
Yeah, so this is going to be, this here is, your 404B evidence, which we are super familiar with from Murdoch. The propensity. So this instruction, we've heard this before. I agree, Blackwater. I also would be bored with all the, it's a lot. And it sounds like it's I don't know, like a lifestyle thing, or I don't know. Yeah. It's like, I guess there's some people that like they go on vacation or whatever. And I'm not saying that anybody should or shouldn't do it. Like, I guess there's like, you can go on vacation, or some people might go on vacation, like drinking is the activity. But then the other people, like, you go on vacation and to do certain things, and whatever that thing is the activity. And there may or may not be alcohol involved, but it's not like the point. You know what I mean? I think too, that's the other thing, like with these, like if it's like these all-inclusive, resorts where you pay for your tickety thing and then it includes all the stuff like dinner reservations and cabs and blah, blah. It's almost set up so that you don't have to make any decisions when you get there, if you feel me. You know what I mean? It's like you get on, if you can get to your plane on time and show up, then it's almost sort of, I mean, I guess I'm, just from what I can tell, given their descriptions, and I mean her sister as well, who we didn't watch, but it's almost set up to where you can just kind of like, you don't have to have any adult responsibilities. You can just like be drunk the whole time, basically, right? And then get back on the plane and come home. But like, yeah, sounds awful to me.
May not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Proceed, John?
Yes.
Thanks. So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite side.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing, or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator, and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around, and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100%.
They talked about bank of rooms, but also she said bank of taxis. So I've never even heard those terms before, like bank of rooms, bank of taxis. Is it group? I don't know. It's weird because I'm trying to figure out how it would mean the same, how you could use the word in both situations. But anyway.
Positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
Okay. And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was
if you
staying
know,
in the
did
same
you
room
know?
as
Wally.
Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened then?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
As far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if any,
Question for y'all. What would you do in that situation? I'm going to rewind it real quick. We're going to set the scene here, just out of curiosity.
this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down.
Oh, I didn't go back. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
This is someone that you became familiar with as the trip.
A woman, and he said, excuse me. He said, calm down, that's Laura's little sister.
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, calm down, that's Laura's little sister, I said, hi, nice to meet you. That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby.
So my question is, what would you guys do if you were her? Whenever I first heard this testimony, my thought was, if you're her and then Karen or whoever, somebody yells go fuck yourself from across the lobby. And it sounds like they're also in passing too, kind of and they're across the lobby. So they're not how would you respond to that? But how would you respond though? What would you do? What would you do or say? So let's hear what she does.
And I said, yeah, fuck you too, and walked away.
So I'm wondering what you guys would do in that situation if you were her. Or if you were yourself in that situation, rather. Interesting. Here, let's listen one more time.
A woman, and he said, excuse me. He said, calm down, that's Laura's little sister.
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, calm down, that's Laura's little sister, I said, hi, nice to meet you. That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, yeah, fuck you too, and walked away.
So I was shocked when I heard this. So the thing is in this situation, though, they're not really strangers because they're also on vacation kind of together, essentially, right? They're in this group of 60 trillion people or whatever. I mean, I'm exaggerating. They said 60, but it's just still insane to me. So they're still doing shit. That's part of why it's weird. It's a group of people of this huge group of people. It's they're all on vacation together, but yet they're also kind of not because I'm sure they don't all know each other. It's just weird. But anyway, in other words, it's they all know the people that invited them, but that's that one couple. It's her sister. They all know her sister, but they don't all know each other. So it's just weird. Absolutely, Blackwater. Yep, definitely could. Yep. Yeah. So that's what I thought. So I was thinking, so my response to that is I would be really confused. Because of the confusion, I would probably not respond. But if I did respond, it would be I would be I'm so sorry. I think there's a misunderstanding, or I would try to figure out why they said that so that I could like rectify the situation. The thing that is so surprising to me here is Marietta's response is just as bad. Now having said that, here's the thing to think about for the context, right? If Karen thinks that the two of them were making out, or keep this in mind, if Karen thinks the two of them were making out or whatever, even whether or not that was happening is beyond the point. If Karen thinks that for whatever reason, imagine if that's happening, you think that's happening, your boyfriend and some girl, and then you come downstairs, and then the girl with her type of like demeanor is like, "Hi, nice to meet you." You might think that they were just trying to be a bitch, right? Like, I'm trying to picture this from people who are in these situations where it's like some women like on TV shows or something, I don't know, would do that on purpose just to be bitchy. I was just making out with your man, and now I'm like, "Hi, nice to meet you." I mean, I don't know if that makes any sense. I could just see that happening from certain people, given the context. Again, not people I would be hanging out with, but I could see how that could. I guess that's part of why my thought is like maybe there's a misunderstanding, because it sounds like there was a misunderstanding. Because Karen thinks they were making out. She says they weren't making out. But remember that Karen's then whole first impression of this lady is that this lady was making out with her boyfriend, knowing he had a girlfriend, and then almost to be bitchy about it is like, "Hi, nice to meet you," if that makes any sense. But meanwhile, Marietta doesn't know that Karen thinks they were making out. So there is a miscommunication for sure. But what's so crazy is like how her reaction is, what does she say? "Go fuck yourself back" or something? I don't know. To me, that is the craziest part. Let me hear it one more time.
A woman, and he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down. That's Laura."
Yeah, a group of 60. Yeah, a group of 60. Actually, the older sister was like estimating. It sounds like it could have been more than that, but it's like, she's like, "Yeah, COVID." Again, we didn't watch her testimony because it's really not all that relevant, but she's like, "Yeah, COVID, we were a little stir crazy. So we decided to go on vacation. This time we thought we'd take our kids. And then we decided to invite a couple friends, and it ended up being like 60 people." And it's like, what?
Laura's little sister.
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too." And
yeah. I'm in the same boat with Blackwater out to de-escalate and bring peace. That's what I'd be doing. And, and I also think too, the fact that they were all fucking drinking, it's got to play it. Like, just, it just, a lot of this, I wonder, is just could be attributed really to that, which is a shame, right? Because just people being belligerent or making stupid decisions, being confused. I mean, who knows? Like people could be drinking a lot and then making out with people. Who knows? Or they could not be making out with people, but other people could be drinking a lot and think that's happening. And then none of that could even be happening, but people could just get in fights. So like when you add that in, it's like a lot of this, if not all of it, could maybe even just be chalked up to they were all just drinking too much, which is just such a fucking shame. Blackwater says, "If I'm Karen, I see my partner who was not attentive on a vacay with an array of strangers." Right. I mean, yeah. Right. I mean, that's fair. That's definitely fair. That's fair. And especially if the two of them had been separated for a period of time, it sounds like they were. Maybe she assumed he had been with her the whole time. That could also play into her understanding of it. Yeah, that's that. Yep, never. Nope, not ever going to happen. The 60 people vacation is not. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare to me. Even like a dinner reservation with 60, which they do. This is what's so crazy about this entire vacation is so weird because they have this whole trip. They all fly out essentially almost at the exact same time. So they're probably on the plane with each other. Then they're all there for like a week or longer. And then they have dinner reservations together with the whole group. And then they also do this thing with these cabanas. It's just very odd. And I will add, maybe now's a good time to mention this. Okay. y'all, just hear me out. There was a moment when it popped into my head, a fleeting thought the other day. I think I was blow drying my hair again. And I thought, I wonder, and I'm trying to think of what spurred this on. There was some reason, there was something in the testimony that started this little thought. I can't remember who was testifying. It might have been Higgins, but the thought was, what if there's swingers involved? What if there's swingers? Because think about it. Could explain that also could explain some other things, right? When you think about a lot of this stuff that's going on. But this situation with this vacation with all these people also would make more sense if there's something like that, I think. Because I can't, otherwise it's just kind of hard to understand. I mean, it's hard, yeah. So I don't know. But it sucks. I'm sure I'll remember it at some point, but there was a few specific things. And again, this was like, I don't know, maybe a week ago, and I completely forgot to mention it. But there were some specific things that I was like, and then I forgot to say something. So, but I just thought of it now, again, thinking about this vacation with all these people that are semi-strangers, right? Almost kind of the perfect situation, because it's like, you don't really want complete strangers, but you also like, I don't know. It's like people who you'll never see again unless it's that same vacation. And remember, she said that they do it every year. It became a tradition. I mean, I'm just going along with this thought. Like, they do it every year. It's a vacation. It's like a tradition. But like these people are not going to cross paths the rest of the year because remember, because the thing that makes it awkward is also the thing they have in common. They all know that one couple, which is this lady's sister. So like, while she's going to see them, right, I guess, probably on a regular basis, they're not going to see each other until next year. And then they all go on this same crazy ass vacation again. So I don't know. Yeah, right. Kitsmits, yes, that is accurate. I think you're following it correctly. That was how I understood it. It was like the first day of the trip because they flew out like on New Year's, the day before New Year's Eve, so like December 30th. And like this was like New Year's Eve. So yeah, like very beginning of the trip. Yep. They did have the kids with them. So did all these other families. They all had kids with them. And it sounds like they had babysitters a lot of the time. Let's listen a little bit more. I know this is one thing that's interesting about this. I'm sure the jury feels the same way. This entire story is not very relatable for normal people, right? Like, I feel like everybody's having a hard time picturing this Aruba situation. It's like, this doesn't sound like any vacation I've ever been on or heard of. So that's part of the challenge, I think, here.
Walked away.
It just sounds weird.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the.
The other thing is, remember, Karen, they had 2 rooms. Karen, like they said, Karen wanted 2 rooms. So there was a room for Karen and then another room. I mean, it could be that, like, I don't know. They just know that she wanted, well, according to these girls, Karen requested a second room. So yeah. And like one of the rooms was on one end of the first floor and the other was like on the other end of the first floor. So they were on the same floor, but separate rooms.
Cool. When I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, yeah, fuck you too, I went out to the pool bar. So I didn't see much after that.
Right. Absolutely. And, it's interesting because, of course, I think that the prosecution, there's really no way to prove that, like one way or the other. But I think the prosecution would probably want people to believe she wanted a room all to herself, right? Or something like that. I don't know. Or a room just for, I don't know. But I agree, like, totally. Because remember, she even had been telling people, like, she was looking forward to the vacation and stuff like that. I guess they were doing another vacation. Like, I guess they're doing back-to-back vacations because this was New Year's, and now they had a vacation coming up that they would have gone on. You know, it was supposed to happen shortly after he passed away. So, but yeah, I mean, and it sounds like, because it sounds too like the other couples, they all had kids. Like, they were all families with kids of various ages. But I know at one point there's testimony, and I might have cut it out because it's not all that important, but there is testimony about like a teenager that is in one of the families that watches the kids or whatever. So.
And could you hear anything as far as when you're walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back or you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend? And she looked at me and said, Karen? And I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay. And I said, well, she sucks.
That's another thing. Like that. Did you see that side-eye facey thing? Like that also surprised. Like that is, I don't know. Man, I can't relate to thinking like this. I just can't relate to thinking like this. This is all very surprising. Like I just caught me off guard the first time I heard it. It still catches me off guard. I'm just like, wow, that's wild. Really crazy. Crazy stuff. I mean, wow.
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see them?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe it?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
Objection.
I don't know what this is. Jurors, please be mindful of that second instruction that I gave you regarding evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe for the limited purpose of establishing his state of mind. And I will fully give you this instruction again at the end of the case. So, but it's the same one that I already gave you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Sullivan, with regard to the day of the cabanas, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not occur?
I'll allow it.
He was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned, starting with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, other interaction did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interaction did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned? Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild, and he was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
And following that trip in Aruba, did you see Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor.
brief
Good
cross.
afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that
So Kitsmits says she can kind of understand the side eye too. Yeah. I don't know. The side eye to me was kind of like telling the story about, when she was like, yeah, she sucks, but like being like, yeah, I'm telling you right now, you suck. That's kind of how I interpreted it. But all right, so now we have a brief cross.
you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Now all right, and that was shocking. I'll tell you why. Because remember, this came right off the tails of we had heard from a lot of other witnesses, and we'd heard from all these witnesses in a row that were actually there that night. He died and were not interviewed until some right before the trial, and even one of them was not interviewed until during the trial. So the fact that his point there is the fact that, I mean, it's short but sweet cross, right? Like the fact that Trooper Proctor drove all the way out there. I guess where she lives, it's not as close, right? Maybe that's why her accent's different. But I forget. Let's see. When exactly was it? It was contemporaneous. So let's just see.
Of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022.
Yeah, February 8th. So just right after the death. Yeah, that is crazy, right? Like what that says to me is it shows that like instead of working the night of the crime, the night that he died, and working the scene, working the investigation as to what happened that night, they're not interviewing people that were there, and instead they're interviewing. It's like clearly what they've spent their time doing is trying to find a reason. Like it's like what Blackwater said. They're doing it backwards because how did the hell are they already like, oh, Aruba, like knowing what happened in Aruba and getting that whole story? It's like that story is so, oh my gosh, it's like it's not even relevant. It's a stretch that it's relevant at a trial. So it's just crazy that that's what they were doing. Like they're interviewing the Sullivan sisters right after he died, and they're not interviewing people that were there. That's bad. It's bad news. Yep. So let's go ahead and just finish it out here.
Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Wild. I mean, that's a brilliant cross. That is that's a brilliant cross right there, right? Like that's, man, bravo for that cross. I mean, essentially it's like, yep, no one, who cares what she just said on direct. What we just heard on cross is so shocking. Yeah, it's well done. Well done. One can learn a lot from that. You know, what was it? 2 questions? Wow. Look at how cute. So that's it for this one, guys. So on the next recap, which I believe will be tomorrow, we will be starting with Brian Haynes. We're going to go through all that. I'm sure, y'all, we're going to discover a lot of things because there's so much there. There's so much there. It's going to be really exciting to see just what all else there is that we can discuss and learn. So that will be, like I said, probably tomorrow. And yeah. So in the meantime, though, we've got plenty going on yes, to say the least. Got plenty going on in the Discord. I've still got to work on some more timestamps and more specific timestamps. Actually, I have timestamps done, but I need to work on more specific ones. But and plenty of other projects. But yeah, and actually, you know what? I haven't taken a look. Real quick, let me just take a look in Idaho and see if there's anything new there. because I haven't checked in like 2 days. So let's just see if there's anything new for here. Nope, nothing new. Nothing new in Idaho. I'm sure there will be. I mean, at this point, it's been a couple days, so there should be something very soon. So we will cover that. I mean, hell, if we get finished with all the rest of this, if we got caught up like before new testimony with these recaps, maybe we can even do some more Gloria. Satterfield. So y'all are the best squirrels in the world. And today was another crazy day, but lots of fun, we learned a lot of different things. And so as always, y'all are the best. And I'll have the timestamps here done shortly, and I will see y'all on the next video. And let me go ahead and roll the outro.